The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th Gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th Gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it, whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th Gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th Gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform. where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th Gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th Gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
We are close to knowing who the victor will be for Predator League 2022, and welcome to the last and final day of APAC Predator Live in Japan. Ito ang Philippine coverage. My name is Donut, your host, and with me your casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. Last day, meaning last chance na rin to ng mga teams para makakuha ng prize pool worth 400k USD. Syempre, yan yung total. Pero for PUBG, the grand finalist will actually get to win 75k US dollars. Kung ang Pinoy team ang mananalo, syempre, worth 4 million pesos din yon. If you get second placement, you would get 30k USD. And for the third placement naman, you can get a chance to win 15k USD. Syempre, it is now down to the wire. Yesterday, closer and closer, no? Placement number 3 ngayon, ang Archangel Predator, and may chance silang makakuha pa ng prize pool if and when they do aggress and they do fulfill their wishes dun sa interview nila kahapon. But, of course, going back to the schedule for today, simultaneous sa mga streams natin with Dota 2 and PUBG. Mauuna nga lang ngayon ng PUBG because we have 5 final matches na makikita natin for the teams. We're just doing the intro now, but we are gonna get into a station break, and then we will resume the matches by 3:40 p.m. And then match 12, 13, and 14 will follow after that. And by 8 p.m. malalaman na natin kung sino ang ultimate winner for PUBG Battlegrounds of Predator League. Syempre, for those of you who are interested in Dota 2, you might want to check out Predator League's official Facebook page for some Dota 2 action. Syempre, dun sa Philippine coverage stream of Dota 2, they're giving away 5 Predator loot bags and 1 Cestus mouse. So, syempre, a lot on the line, hindi lang para sa mga players but also for the viewers. So, check out the Dota stream now. Going back to PUBG though, Dad Femina, we ended the day with a bang, with Genius Esports getting a total of 3 chicken dinners already. Ngayon, during the interview, sabi ng AAP, they weren't so happy about their performance even though they finished 3rd for the day and in total. And they said they wanted to aggress na lang, then they wanted to be more aggressive, prioritize these skills. Do you agree with them? And how do you think ngayon ang ating team ng Philippines can actually win and get the first placement?
Nakakagulat na kailangan pa nilang maging aggressive kasi sobrang aggressive na nila ngayon, Donut eh. Kasi kung i-consider mo na lang yung stats natin, yung Archangel Predator, top 3 sila not only sa leaderboard natin, pero top 3 din in total damage dealt sa ating leaderboard ngayon eh. Considering na gusto pa nilang i-hype up yung tempo, means na gusto nilang habulin yung ating top tier teams ngayon. Sila top tier team na din sila ngayon, but they also have to consider na mataas na yung standard ng ating Genius Esports. Naka-finish kahapon ng may 137 total points. Para nangyari yon, lumayo yung agwat dahil sa perfect balance ng kills at saka yung placements nila. Nasa likod naman, Damwon Kia, na despite them not having the most amount of individual kills, sila yung pinaka tumatagal sa mga maps natin due to perfect adaptability at alam nila kung kailan lalabanan yung mga mag-overly aggress sa kanila. So Vietnam looking to be the strongest team papunta sa ating final day, pero at hindi na rin kailangan magpawis kasi dahil dito sa pangatlong araw, ang laki ng agwat nila in terms of points. Pero ngayon, na humahabol ang Pilipinas at ang Korea, ang top 2 spot naman natin, yun yung nasa debate at yung debate makikita sa uting huling laban mamaya.
Oo nga eh. And the maps are gonna be Erangel, at least for the first 3. And Genius Esports, I mean, in total of all of the chicken dinners, lahat yon ang napanalo nila sa Miramar. Pero dahil nga, may chance pa rin yung ibang teams mag-show off in the map of Erangel, we're seeing at least consistency from some of the teams and their ability nga din to adapt. Kasi at least for for yesterday's games, no, what was surprising was GNL Esports coming out on number 2. They might have not performed as well as we expected versus Genius Esports and Damwon Gaming in day 1, pero ang taas pa rin nung kill count nila at 31. So lumalaban naman sila dito against Genius Esports. And even AAP mentioned, ano daw ang team na kinagulat nila nung day number 2. Sabi nila, Genius Esport without a doubt. Ngayon, if nagulat sila yesterday, AAP, they have so much to offer for today. Sneaky Frog, I do have a question. How do you think they could counter or at least be at a certain level similar to Genius Esport? Kasi 50 points yung kailangan nilang habulin.
And just play the risks. I think mas gusto yata ng Archangel Predator dito yung the first place. I mean, the throne is better than whatever that you call the third place dito nga sa ating podium. But it wouldn't be a bad result siguro para dito sa AAP if they do get third. But it would be spicy to see them. It could either cost them itong third place actually, them playing this aggressive. But it's worth the risk kasi they're trying to go for higher placings dito rather than just commit to third place. And I kind of respect that mindset. Not gonna lie, kasi I'd rather, go for second and first if I was the AAP squad right now. Syempre, minsan lang tayo mag-Pro League. That's once a year. So why not go for something big? And I think Archangel Predator, they're gonna be, just like we heard from the interview, being 1,000 times more aggressive. Maybe even run over Damwon in the process. I think that's gonna be one of the things that they have to think about. No, malay mo, they're gonna try to chase some drops here for some of the more important teams, but I think Damwon has the target in their back, so I think there's gonna be at least 1 squad or 2 squads dropping in Severny and or Georgia Pole, but it is up to them if they can get the right read.
Definitely. I think it all comes down to number 1, the timing. I think out of all of the 10 rounds, right, AAP, I think once or twice lang sila nagkaroon ng magandang drop. And then, considering also where the circle is, dun medyo malayo sila eh. The rotations are actually not in their favor, and whenever they would use a vehicle, minamalas lang sila. Whenever lalabas sila sa vehicle, ang ganda nga ng driving nila. I mean, medyo safe, di ba, for AAP versus the other teams, but when it comes down to the spot that they actually have to deploy their own team members, dun sila nagkakanda. Loko-loko kasi nagugulahan na sila. And I think AAP was already close to a chicken dinner, but it was just lost. Na-snatchan sila ng win na yon. So there's a lot for them to discover pa, lalo na we're gonna go back to the map of Erangel wherein yun yung almost chicken dinner nila. And ngayon naman, we're gonna be seeing, I mentioned, 3 map of Erangel, 2 Miramars, which I really believe is Genius Esports parang playground. It's not just a battleground, it's their own playground. Alam nila kung anong gagawin nila. They know how to utilize all of these high grounds and as well as all of the buildings. And even if meron ng teams like the team of Havoc, nakakuha na sila ng magandang building, nakukuha pa rin siya. I mean, alam ng Genius Esport kung paano manakop ng area, and I feel like that's really the guts of the Vietnamese team at the moment. So a little bit of a question then for that Femina. Now that we're going back to Erangel, do you think Damwon now will turn this around? Kasi Miramar parang hindi sila masyadong nakapag-take advantage dun.
I mean, this is the best chance ngayon para sa Dam 1. Mas nakikita yung comfortability compared to how they play in Miramar, where Genius Esports always find the high ground. They can't really contest them since yung passive play style, it's more on finding more cover, finding more ground. And a lot more cover means that Erangel will be the stronger map for them. Considering then since Erangel will be played 3 times, this is like the biggest shot that they have para makabawi dito. Makabawi as well as makahabol din sa placement points meron sila against Genius Esports. They're trailing behind like around 40 points ngayon. And if they can at least put a balance into the placement and kills, where in the kill department dun sila medyo nagkukulang, pero in terms of survival and placements, you know that the brains are there. But the proactivity, something that's lacking out of Dam1 Kia, that Genius Esports, they definitely know kung paano, mas lalo na pag dumating sa mga comfortable mean maps, pero malay mo sa Erangel, iba naman at Dam1 Kia ang magre-reign on top dito.
Definitely. And I think offline, right, when we were discussing players to beat, and in terms of top 5 players, in terms of damage and kills, makikita natin dito 3 members from Genius Esports. Top 1 would be Zest, and top 4 and 5 would be Yuta and Cloris. Nakita naman natin kahapon kung gaano sila kadominante din, especially in the map of Miramar. But I think GNL, what was
That's a big for them to find, as he said.
take yun to be top 2 and top 3 in terms of damage done within the map. And I think yung contributing factor na yun were all of the nades that they use. I think they're one of the teams na kumbaga Kobe-like yung mga bato nila na mga nades. Plus also the smokes. I think they won a chicken dinner because of that smart and creative use of all of those nades from themselves. Yung mga na-pick up nila na nades, na okay, this is all that we have left, then let's use it to the best of our abilities. That's why they won. But in terms of damage done, then Inky Frog, AAP is trailing behind GE and GNL. CJ and Nan, they're the ones really looking out for the rest of their teammates. But I feel like there's one player for Archangel Predator being left behind. Mad Dog isn't one of the players na malakas yung damage. So ngayon, and we were like praising him and celebrating him before the actual matches started. What can Mad Dog do now for the rest of the team para, makakuha din sila account plus the placement?
I think it's just a matter of consequence na wala rin siya dun sa wala rin siya dito sa may top leaderboards when it comes to damage. I think it's kind of like the same thing with Simon T dito sa Genius Esports na yun nga, everyone has 6 kills, but nakita naman natin kung ano yung impact na pwedeng gawin dito ni Simon T. He's literally standing on top of the hill, parang meron silang sariling UAV dito to provide information. And I would say Mad Dog kind of did the same as well, but at the same time kasi nauuna lang talaga dito si CJ or si Nan pagdating sa mga fights. So the fights always do start with Mad Dog, of course, kind of coming in third into the fight. And once that happens, the fight is almost over actually, kasi usually what happens here is either CJ or Nan dies instantly to the opponent while trying to scout ahead para sa kanilang team, or na-wipe na agad ang kabilang team dito because of the one player. So yeah, Mad Dog, I think definitely if he does want to be aggressive with the team, siguro they can push as like a unit siguro, no? It's like dalawa aggressive players and dalawa mag-take ng position dito sa may mga high ground natin. That's gonna be really important pagdating dito sa Miramar map, but we are kind of focusing more dito sa Erangel. So I think I would say if Mad Dog does want to contribute more, he needs to hit his shots with that sniper rifle, of course, from somewhat far away, or yun nga, if they do want to play aggressive, if they do want to play close, yeah, he better hit his shots kasi CJ18, he's definitely gonna do around like 80% of the damage para sa kanyang team, pare, kasi this kid is on another level, even with the sniper, even with the Mini 14.
Yun nga eh. And now, what we really want Mad Dog to do is unleash the Mad Dog inside of him. Parang the past 2 days nakita na medyo tame dog pa siya, mabait pa siya, binibigyan pa ng treats. But now, I think, kailangan na niya talagang mag-growl. At least para wagayway natin ang Pinoy pride flag natin dito sa Philippine coverage. And nakita niyo naman kanina, there was a sneak peek of what is currently happening from the feed live from Japan, and we're 5 minutes in before we do the opening. Kaya magkakaroon lang kami ng short break, but before that, syempre magpapasalamat kami sa sponsors of the Philippine coverage of Predator League 2022. Predator Gaming, it lies within. Intel, take your gaming to a higher level with the 13th generation Intel Core. Planet 9, level up your casual games with Planet 9, giving you a next-generation esports platform, and PC Game Pass. PC Game Pass lets gamers access a vast library of popular games conveniently and affordably, and kapag bumili na kayo ng Helios 300, you can get a chance to win or at least take home a free 1-month game pass. So, syempre, exciting yon. Check out Predator Gaming stores and online stores near you para makuha nyo yung game pass na yun. Syempre, magpapahinga lang kami for a bit because the matches will start. So, again, my name is Donut, your host, and with me, your casters, Dad Femina and Sticky Frog, kami magbabalik. Huwag kayong alis.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
Kami nagbabalik dito sa Philippine coverage of PUBG Predator League 2022 live from Japan. Pero live from the bahay lang kami dito ng mga co-casters ko. Then si Dan Femina and si Sneaky Frog. But it's actually gonna start in a bit. And this stream is actually brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. Ngayon, kanina nag-usap-usap tayo on expectations for today, right? But I want to dig a little bit deeper on what will happen now that Erangel is going to be a consideration for the first 3 maps and then Miramar na lang din. I would want to say that Genius Esport will at least take 1 map of Miramar yet again. But Erangel is where these teams, doon na tayo maglalaban-laban in terms of ranking, di ba? Kasi we are all surprised that the 4 teams for the final map of Miramar were not the top teams at all. So we saw a lot of performance from GNL then as well. Magic Esport was one of the few teams na naging finalist for the final map of Miramar. Pero do you think Erangel would now be a chance for Attack All Around or Damon Gaming to shine that Femina?
Yung Attack All Around tsaka yung Magic Esports sa discussion na sinasabi natin, parang sinashake up nila lagi yung ating leaderboard in terms of how a lot of the matches come in, especially kapag pumupunta tayo sa Erangel where they are the ones who are lighting up the kill feed. Parang sila yung nagja-juggle at sila yung mga aggressive teams natin in terms of like all-around engagement. And nobody does that a lot better in the middle of the pack teams than Attack All Around. Yung Magic Esport, talagang good timing every time na makakatch sila ng isolation. That and a really big rivalry actually being brewed up here. Sila with Magic Esport tsaka Makan Semeru. They always meet each other at the very far end of our later circles. And parang yung tatlong teams na yun, di ba? They always like try to shuffle things up. Nakikita natin yung unpredictability lumalabas dahil sa aggressive teams na ito. This is why the middle of the pack teams, gusto ko lagyan sila ng napakalaking focus dahil sila yung parang nag-shape out na tuloy ng ating leaderboard. Hindi sila yung nanalo, pero nagbibigay sila ng bridge, ng opportunity para sa iba pang mga teams mag-rise up compared to the likes of Genius Esports na sinasabi natin, ace in the hole na agad pagdating sa Miramar. Damon Kia, napaka-patient pa rin pagdating sa ating Erangel maps, di ba? Pero for these middle of the pack teams, they really do give a lot of this, a lot of effect into how the leaderboard has been going with how aggressive and how much they affect yung runs ng mga top tier teams natin. So really looking forward to see any more underdog stories here.
Yeah. So actually, I would want to at least start off the day right, very much right, kasi I think we're gonna get into the first map, which is gonna be Erangel. So I think I will have to leave it back to the casters now to tell the story. Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. Let's go for match number 11.
There it is.
All right. Ito na, Sneaky Frog. Ano kanina sinasabi natin na excited tayo makahanap ng napaka-exciting na esport to just cast and watch. Well, PUBG Esport is right here, right now, mga kaibigan. Nandito na tayo! Pinakaunang match sa ating final day at ang laki ng agwat ng Genius Esports sa ating leaderboard ngayon. Ang mga top tier teams, naka-layout na yung mga favorites, pero para sa mga middle of the pack, they are the ones shaping up the leaderboard, and with this first drop, we will find out how that will go.
Mm-hmm. And teams opting to kind of play passive, the ones who we would label as aggressive, no? I think ngayon na talaga the last stretch, the last 5 games to collect more points. And since it is Erangel, no, Chris, that means anything can happen. Anyone can win. Kasi, I mean, when it comes to Miramar, parang it's kind of skewed. Papunta sa side ng Genius Esports. That might just be me, though. But I think they're kind of good at the map, not gonna lie.
No, good at adaptability. Kahit wala sila sa comfort zone nila Miramar, I think they've been well enough, more than decent, more than average. Definitely at the top of our ranks. Kahit wala sila sa Miramar, they have displayed kung gaano sila kalakas sa mga duels nila. The most amount of kills, the most amount of placement points din para sa ating leaderboard ngayon. Kita nyo mga kaibigan, ang laki ng agwat, 40 kills compared to the next people or the next team to Genius Esports, which is going to be GNL. a very aggressive Korean team in their regard. Kailangan na lang nila linisin yung placement points nila pagdating dito sa ating game. You can see the point table on your right, mga kaibigan. You can see that nagmamatter talaga yung placement at saka yung points natin dito. So, it's flexible for both styles of being passive and aggressive. However, Genius Esports, sila yung may balance of both being aggressive at the same time knowing when to aggress as well. So, if teams can try to replicate that, then may magandang shot sila para tumagal dito.
Yeesh, man. 40 kill difference. Imagine that, Chris. 40 kill difference between GE and the next guy up, which is AAP at GNL. GE has been doing some what was supposed to be Magic Esports stuff, that's for sure. Kasi parang sila yung gumagawa ng Magic dito para sa kanilang first place. And you saying that, Chris, actually reminds me of yung GNL win, actually, where GE, if the scenario played different, no, if I think if GE, or rather, if GE got the shots on time, no, with Simon T at the helm, or si Cloris pala, trying to go for that push on that car, and he would have gotten that shot if it wasn't hit with a really insane shot galing dito kay Taegyun. That was a win para dito sa Genius. But it's crazy na they were in that situation already in the first place, considering, you know, medyo pangit yung situation nila going into the game. They had to come from outside the zone, but somehow, some way, they did fight their way in.
Sometimes that's all that matters, no? Not how you start the game, but how you can develop yourself pagdating doon sa ating mga sa pag-transition mo sa later circles natin dito, no? You'd see na naka-layout na yung circle, mga kaibigan, on the northern part of Erangel. At ang daming teams na kailangan na lang gamitin yung time nila to use this time to actually go for the early loot, try to get some early picks dito, maybe for the aggressive teams sa KAP. Kanina nakikita, pinag-uusapan natin na sila yung isa mga nagta-trail behind, being one of the more aggressive teams coming into this finals dito sa ating Predator League, mga kaibigan. At trailing behind as well yung mga puro M yung nasa start ng pangalan nila. We got Makan Semeru always being that proactive team na may konting rivalry between him at saka yung Magic Esport na mas tumatagal in terms of placements, pero considering that they're also pretty good on duels, then that's something that they need to hold in a higher regard here. But for the Korean team, eto naman, yung isa mga teams na napakalakas in terms of kills and placements, mga kaibigan, nami-meeting with Makan Semeru sa kabilang side, just trying to rotate on forward. Tamang shots na lang doon sa may barrels, tsaka sa cars dito habang nag-rotate pa lang ang GNL. Buti na lang wala masyadong damage ang natitira sa kanila, kaya is back off, parang konting dust lang sa kanilang damit ang nangyari doon.
Not getting shot by too much. Roy getting away scot-free, pero kailangan nila maging careful dito. There's gonna be another member rolling up from the side of the hill. Fortunately, para dito sa GNL, it is only Mental, but that could be pretty bad as well because Mental, he hit some really nice shots yesterday in this game. But now, GNL trying to find maybe a good spot dito sa north side ng ating zone, especially considering they have the option of having their backs at the water. Ibig sabihin yan, a guarantee no flank. But it really depends how the circle goes, man. Pag nag-pull north yung circle dito, pare, then this is gonna be a fun time for the teams that went to the coast first.
At yun yung priority dun sa coast mismo. Dahil you can get to identify kung saan yung mga places na gusto mo kunin. Yung positions na pwede mo predict na doon lalampas yung mga teams natin. What cover would you want to need to get? O kung saan mo mapipredict kung yung cover na kukunin ng kalaban mo dito. I do want to highlight like a few teams here. We already highlighted like the top 8 natin. Yung iba naman na hindi pa, yung STVV2, they always had the potential, di ba? They do not have the highest amount of kills. In fact, they're actually at the lower end of the barrel, 27 compared to a lot of the top tier teams. Kahit yung mga lower tier teams natin, yung MCS naka 36, yung NGE naka 39 na ngayon. Comparing to how passive they could play out, I feel like kung hindi sila mahanap agad, they always have the potential to be one of the more later teams pagdating doon sa mga tumatagal na circle natin dito, mga kaibigan. Pero dito sa final match, parang malabo kasi kitang-kita mo sa ating leaderboard, napakalayo ng mga agwat natin when it comes to like the upper echelon ng ating ranking dito sa ating final day. Pero ayun na, 7 minutes is passed, ang dami na nasa loob ng circle, mukhang naka-flesh out na yung places kung saan gusto nila i-secure, especially for DK. Kanina pa sila doon sa may north side ng Erangel, napakalapit na loot box para sa kanila, pero ang priority is to try to get that 2-2 split to not only get that most amount of information, but to also flex around kung sino yung gusto makakuha ng first contact dito kay DK.
And considering how small the buildings are dito sa part ng ating mapa, that could be either a really good thing or a really bad thing para dito sa DK, no? Plus, being that separated, rotations can be caught midway, especially considering how many teams are still alive within the zone. All 64! even RJ is still alive, man. So, everyone is getting pot shots lang. Wala pa naman tumatama masyado. Maybe starting off the day a bit cold. But it is only the first game. But still, match 11 na nga tayo dito. I mean, some teams, they need to play catch-up here, but GE, they just sit back and watch at this point yung agwat nila between yung dalawang teams for second and third. I think the best matchup of the day is yun ano nga ngayon, no? DK versus AAP. Like, how is that gonna sort out?
Yeah. It's a clash between styles nga eh. Yung AAP, hanap lang ng kung ano yung kailangan laban na kunin when they have that position. Parang it's a mix of luck din and skill where yung luck nila nagtatranslate sa kung sino yung pinakauna nang nami-meet. Kasi minsan, sa early stages, gantong 8 minutes pa lang tayo dito sa match natin, Sneaky. Nakakaabot sila ng mga isolation picks. Yung natatandaan mo, yung nasa loob ng warehouse si CJ. Tapos biglang, may mga players ng E36 bigla. Very free kill. Okay, kunin ko na lang. Parang gano'n na lang para sa AAP pagdating sa mga start. Pero once they get that early loot, parang yung AAP, lumalabas yung inner predator nila. Tamang hanap na lang ng prey at tamang sync na lang ng tick nila pag nakakuha sila ng mga isolated picks dito. Pero so far very passive kasi you have to consider, final match na to, kapag ikaw yung pinakaunang team na mawawala, ma-eliminate, ma-annihilate dito sa ating first match, then you're losing out on so much here. Pambawi sana ng points, pangkuha sana ng mga kills, panglinis ng iyong placement sa leaderboard. And you're considering na since this is that first book of momentum, then you're definitely not gonna want to lose that on that part. New Generation Esports, no? Ang daming sinuspotan na players dito sa Havoc, already trying to clear out yung coast area dito habang hino-hold out yung mga small houses at yung konting shops at yung warehouses habang yung Havoc, nako, mukhang masasandwich pa nga dahil nandito na si Young B already putting down the molly. Pagkatapos nila lumabas dito sa kanilang vehicles, trying to secure this area around the coast, but they're gonna get overwhelmed by so many NGE players. So dito na lang sila sa shop kung saan pwede silang makapagkuha ng cover dito, Sneaky.
Yep, New Generation Esports, of course, one of those teams na are at the middle of the pack, but at the same time, kind of exciting to watch because they are really good at fighting as well. But first blood, dito si Hammer. Nako po, the fellow Korean is gonna be taken down. DK. He's gonna get one kill, but is not gonna feel really good about it because, you know, you killed your fellow Korean candidate there. Pero yun na nga, Mental does not care at all. He does get two. Ming Jae is down as well. But PSTR, he just gets overwhelmed with numbers. Kind of deja vu, no? Na nakita natin dun kay CJ kahapon. Or nung isang araw.
I think it's okay though. I think it's okay though.
It's okay.
Kahit okay lang kasi
mag-isa lang
naman pero mag-isa lang naman si Mental eh. This is what Mental does sa iba pang mga matches natin na nakita. You always talk about him being yung Swiss Army knife ng Damwon Kia. Pero parang dull siya sa ating start ng match ngayon. Already giving away one of the picks dito sa DK. Pero yung first blood dito sa GNL, one of the middle of the pack teams. Actually, yun yung isa sa mga pinapoint out natin na magaling sa nades, magaling din sa aggression. Placement points still very stable on their side, meaning na kailangan pa rin nila ng onti na lang para makahabol sa AAP, who are definitely in a really good spot. Linisin na lang siguro yung kung saan sila mag-place at syempre ang laki ng potential para makuha siguro yung spot ng Damwon Kia. So I'd say a very smooth early game for a lot of these teams here except for both of the Korean teams. I kind of do want to see how V3 Fox could end up dito dahil is sa mga teams na meron din natin expectation pero throw the expectations out of the water dahil hinahanap nila agad yung isa sa mga middle of the pack teams natin dito. KMF1 already finding himself dead against the crosshairs of STVV2. Actually, E36 and V3 Fox as well. Aoki finding another one dito sa mga players ng V3 Fox, knocking him down and letting V3 Fox run away with the hills habang nakapaligid na ang lahat ng mga players ng STVV2 around the corpse. Na inevitable na lang mamatay dito. STVV2 already finding another one dito kay Sylvia who's holed up inside this warehouse area. Walang mga tao ng E36 ang tutulong dito sa kanya. But the best that he can do ngayon is to just buy some time, maybe play for medkits ngayon, Sneaky.
That is true. That's pretty unfortunate though. SGDV2. Oh, nako po. E36 has been in this spot a lot though. With one of their members getting caught out in the middle of everything, but they have to be careful. Definitely stuck in the blue zone. Gonna have to use the smoke dito sa pinto para may onting space naman siya dito. Ooh, underhands the nade. Is not gonna get anyone. That's a molly actually. What? I am Pete's dead.
What?
Ooh, that's one to the zone. Well played. Galing dito kay Sylvia. Dissecting these into a 1v1. That's kind of a crazy situation, no? One has to res and one has to defend. What's this strat? Are they gonna stick it?
It's one of those situations where akala natin stuck si Sylvia, pero it turns out SDVV2 are stuck dito with Sylvia. Si Sylvia, okay yung naging transition niya papunta doon sa second floor. Pagkalabas ng nade, akala natin na smoke lang. It trapped them papunta sa loob ng ating bahay while he already pre-placed the molly. Wala tuloy pang cover yung mga players ng STVV2. So a one-man army and even buying a lot of time for E36 to actually respond to this. Trap na tuloy yung STVV2 and they have to consider this with 3 numbers on their side. Nade perfectly placed. Galing dito kay Star-Lord. Na-cut down agad ang STVV2. Hayaan na lang namatay si Mr. Flank habang nasa taas pa rin si Iyoki at si Iron Feet. Lumalaban pa rin, pero yung nades, yung mollies, sobrang trap sa STVV2. It started out with Sylvia being the one trapped sa loob ng bahay na ito. Pero it turns out STVV2 is stuck between a rock and a hard place, throwing them with so many nades. Galing dito sa Enter Force 36 at na-eliminate agad.
Grabe, this is the E36 that I wanted to see dito sa ating tournament. So creative with the nades. But still, the amount of nades that they have is actually just insane. I think that was at least 9 nades or 10 nades thrown at that window. Tas wala na silang magawa doon, SGDV2. Nakatayo na lang sila sa corner, men. Just watching and hoping that they can come out of that situation alive. But E36... man, showing the power of nades for this team. That's why you gotta get nades. And even Marco Gaming is out. E36. They feel kind of different today. Not gonna lie.
Iba yung kinain nilang tonkatsu sushi ngayon. Nararamdaman na nila kung saan yung placement nila. Ito yung pambawi ng E36. We have held them in the highest regard nung first day pa lang. Ikaw yung mga pinakuna nagsabi about E36 being the one of the more underrated teams heading into the finals ngayon. Considering that they're taking these proactive moves, it's already a good sign para sa ating E36 players. Pero sa mga players natin, mana-knockdown agad. Kailangan ma-bring back to life. However, the focus here is on Havoc and how we can try to find these players of NGE. Pero the tables have been turned. Ang NGE tuloy ang makakapag-strike ng first blood dito sa Kilua. E36 din. At least nakuha din yung mga players ng V3 Fox who find themselves only one man up dito. RJ, look! The underdogs rising up to the occasion. Nihanap ang mga players ng MG Magic Esport na debunk ang sikreto ng kanilang mga magic tricks. Nahanap ang RJ, yung lowest ranking team, in a bit of a resurgence, a bit of life back into the leaderboard, Sneaky.
Yep. And even RJ serving as a threat yesterday, almost wiping out attack all around. So now they are going for the fights. I mean, why not, man? Try to see if you can get some points for yourself and get as high as the leaderboard as possible. And it seems like everyone is hungry for some placements here. Grabe naman talaga. V3F, even itong si Yuno starting to frag dito sa ating game. Taking down 2 from E36 and Star-Lord's gonna go down. I think that's a gatekeep. That is so sad para dito sa E36. They played so well in that initial situation pero mukhang masyado sila malaya dito sa blue zone because it's already phase 4. But 13 teams are still alive.
Dami pa rin sila nilang buhay pa rin dito no? We already thought that this was gonna be a more passive game. Play for the later circles. Maybe play for time dito. Pero habang pumupunta tayo sa mid-transition sa ating mga middle circles, then nakikita na natin yung paglabas ng bangis ng ating mga teams dito. Ang Shooterong nakahanap ng konti picks dito sa VR at nag-iisa na lang para sa side nila. At with a nade from DK, they already are eliminated at nililinis na agad ng DK ang kanilang kill points, already breaching 100 at 102 na ang kanilang kills. Ang total points actually para sa kanila. So, malaki nagiging agwat against AAP who, I believe, konti pa lang yung nakuha nila dito. May placement points pa rin if ever that they do consider themselves to be one of the later teams dito. But I haven't seen them light up the kill feed too much no? But the Korean team, oh man, they're coming here to play ngayon. Yung GNL kung kanina, mabanda yung start nila, at least nakakuha pa rin ng mga picks considering that they're still one of the more aggressive teams despite the numbers disadvantage.
Man, 11 teams. Phase 4. Everyone is really playing it safe and really want to see kung kaya nilang makalaro ng Game of Guarantees at least. But only some teams can come out of this alive, especially when the zone is this small. Magkakaroon talaga tayo ng giyera dito. I mean, there was already a war trying to see if they can get into the circle, no? Nakita natin sa background, as soon as the map flipped, you could just see the white lines starting to draw dito sa ating mapa all over the place. So, there is a bit of quiet, no? In the midst of chaos. Pero, uy, Archangel Predator. Oh, what a cheeky angle galing dito kay CJ. That is so hard to get to without proper movement. Pero Evil Patrick does have the corner. But Mad Dog once again outside looking for a fight. Pero nasa kabilang side ng Makan Semeru dito, they are playing it really passively. This is not the Makan Semeru na nakita natin that usually goes for these very aggressive fights because they are a kill-heavy team. But AAP just stands in the way. I think worried din sila no, that there could be a third party incoming for teams wanting to get points and Shooterong. You know that they want to go up sa ating leaderboard dito. So, it's a decision to make para sa MCS. But look at the circle. Only 4 squads sa circle natin. 1 rat is in the beach, hunkered down. Like it's D-Day, man. Grabe talaga. Situation's getting desperate dito sa ibang mga teams natin kasi this could really be one big push. But look at DK, man. With 2 players. Gatekeeping an entire force of people. Yun talaga. I mean, they have two teams, right? Pero yun yung all reliable nila pare, kaya nakakuha sila ng mataas na kills dito kasi ang hilig nila mag-gatekeep.
Maybe it's not about like initiating the fight. It's about sila yung mismong tatapos before the fight could actually happen, di ba? Kaya natin hiniregard yung DK as one of the more smarter teams comparing to a lot of the other leaderboard teams dito kasi they don't have like the most amount of kills, let's be real. No, one of the more passive teams, one of the more reactive ones at that, na nakapag-play towards their success this time around. But for AAP, walang brains, wala na lahat. Talagang all-out brawn para dito sa ating Filipino team. Finally taking one of the picks here. Sa mga teams na nagpupush pa lang dito sa circle. Pang konti na lang, mamatay na agad kung si Trick. Pero ang all-out fight nandito sa Shooterong habang nagro-rotate pa lang ang Makan Semeru.
Oh, they run to RJ.
Dahil ang Rascal Jester, they're all clumped up dito sa loob ng trees. Tinihintay na lang yung pag-push dito ng Makan Semeru. They're all trapped well within the range ng Rascal Jester. At ang V3 Fox mawawala na din dahil ang new generation esports makukuha yung majority ng kills dito. Triple A do, finding the pick papunta dito sa NGE habang nagro-rotate pa lang sila. Ang Shooterong nagmo-move in onto the fight knowing na wala ng vehicle ang Makan Semeru. Nag-isa na lang.
How did that happen?
RDK. At unti na lang mawawala na parang iglap ang Makan Semeru dahil sa post netong mga Predator Shooterong.
Yup. 2 members down para dito sa AAP. Looking bit of a sus situation para sa side nila. Nan is down. That's gonna be the spray. Grabe naman. Under by himself wipes out AAP. And that's the threat of Damwon, man. Kahit dalawa na lang sila dito, they're still gonna go for the gatekeep. Under still in a really good position. sumabog na yung kotse, so he has a little bit more cover than usual, but another nade is gonna be incoming, but flash lang pala yun, so I think he's just gonna run away, man. Just run the other direction, pero he's just gonna opt into fight. He's gonna fight off yung entirety ng PSTR dito or whatever's left of it.
Man. Yeah, this is when you know that sometimes yung isang team or isang teammate na wala na masyadong wala nang anything to lose. To si Under, nag-iisa na lang, wala na yung mga kaibigan niya. Maybe this guy can be the most dangerous man we can know. And looking at the kills that this guy has, I mean, this guy is one of the teammates dito for DK that are actually being the one of the more proactive ones para sa ating Korean team, you know. For speaking of proactive, attack all around, trying to scramble yung position nitong si Under. Isa sila sa mga teams na pwedeng i-keep tong si Under habang naglalaro na lang sa smoke at saka sa dalawang vehicles na meron sila. So he's just down Under, mga kaibigan. At yung iba pang mga teams talagang alam niya kung nasaan tong si Under at binag-gatekeep na lang hanggang sa ma-eliminate na agad ang Korean team natin dito. So number 7 sila. Marami pang mga teams ang alive and well dito. 6 in fact, para man lang makapush tayo dito sa ating phase 6 circle kung saan napakasakit na agad ng ating blue zone.
Yep. And GE, how are they 4 alive? I think they're playing the game na parang sinabi natin kanina. They could just play zone and they could just win the entire game. But
Chill na lang.
Chill na lang. I mean, they could just go for placements nga because of the huge lead that they did gain from playing Miramar that well. Pero Zest is just gonna keep on going, man. They're just chilling dito sa loob ng bahay. You're like hunting deer at this point and just waiting for them to get at the right spot. And it seems like yun na nga yung nakuha nila dito. And AAA as well, the closest threat para dito sa GE. Already 2 down. And yung mga lower teams natin, they're starting to eat. Yung mga top teams, GE just deciding to not fight at all. Good patience. Grabe talaga, no? Parang nag-third party lang yung isa. Like, one dude is just outside with a sniper with a mini 14 and he's just popping to see sino man nanalo sa dalawang players natin doon. Pero Young B, what a beam dito kay Vuelo. Unfortunate, no? I mean, Vuelo is playing really well today actually. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kills para sa kanyang team, but I think New Generation Esports are just gonna collect the RJ tax. That's tough, man.
Man, they would have been top 4. They would have been one of the more later teams. Actually, if you consider yung kung gaano sila katagal ngayon compared to before, it's a big high five, a good pat on the back sa kanila. Dahil hindi na sila yung sa mga pinakaunang na eliminate ngayon. They're actually contending as one of the more later teams natin dito. Pero top 4 pa rin na nagmamatter, mga kaibigan. At I just want to put out something before we actually head into another hyper fight. No? Yung GE, magbe-benefit sa kung gaano kalayo yung agwat ng mga lower teams dahil natanggal na yung mga top 6 teams natin compared to how we usually see it na, no, diba? Parang if you let NGE and PSTR to get their picks, then we're actually leaving a bit more space from top 1 all the way over down to like top 4 ngayon para sa GE. And this is good for them. Kaya they don't really need to do anything. They just need to let them all fight for themselves. Yung attack all around, nag-iisa na lang si Jayers na nag-exchange ng shots dito sa GE players. Kaso yung nag-iisang point of cover niya nasira dahil sa nade at sa konting damage na binabato dito sa attack all around. Nasira na agad ang kanilang tsansa para ma-extend yung kanilang paghabol sa GE ngayon. 4 na membro, buhay pa rin para sa Vietnamese squad at lumalayo ulit yung agwat nila sa mga dalawang teams na buhay pa rin dito, mga kaibigan, at mukhang napakalaki na naman ng tsansa na further extend yung lead natin dahil pinapaglaban lang yung NGE at saka yung PSTR ngayon. Na-eliminate na ang Predator Shooterong. It is a 4 versus 3 when one of the members of New Generation Esports down. It's only a matter of time before one of these games catch up. Pero ang laki ng tsansa na matapos to with a chicken dinner again to Genius Esports with tap towards Young B. 2 na lang ang buhay pa rin para sa kanila. Mukhang konti na lang. We're reaching another chicken dinner for Genius Esports. And my goodness, 146 points. Napakalaki ng agwat talaga.
Grabe naman, man. They're not stopping anytime soon. Glorious is gonna go down, pero isa na lang natitira para sa kanila. And GE, 150. They're going for 200 maybe dito sa ating game. Grabe talaga. The display para dito sa GE is something else.
Yeah.
Even this one, they want to win everything.
I mean, even now in Erangel, I thought that they only had all of that in their pocket when it came to Miramar. Pero hindi, guys, sa Erangel, they knew it. I was watching the map stream the whole time, and GE did not move a muscle. Ang nangyayari dun is, four of them, they weren't really clumped together, but they were making sure that they did cover at least a quarter of that pie dun sa circle na yon. And with that quarter of a pie, with the rest, parang each of them may quadrant. Tapos, easily closing in dito yung Genius Esport. Inisa-isa na lang nila. And just unfortunate for the teams, right, na gusto sana nila to take the fight to GE, but instead, right, GE was tamang abang lang, tamang hintay lang before we actually get to the final straw, which is the last four teams standing, and GE very healthy at that point. So we did expect that, at least towards the latter end, pero hindi na rin naman natin na expect for some of the teams to get eliminated early on, like the likes of SDV too, especially when it comes to these fights, diba? They're very strong. And even Shooterong, ang ganda ng mga kill counts nila in middle of the round, hindi lang nila nasusustain talaga when it comes to the rotations. Kaya nahihirapan tuloy sila. Now, GE, they get another chicken dinner. And at this point, hindi ko naman syempre i-assume that they're already at the very top. Pero with that placement point, plus the kills that they've garnered for that round alone, ang laki na ng lead nila. Basically, they're gunning for that 200 at the end of the day. And they started 130, 140 tayo, at least average nila. Ngayon, I'm pretty sure that they ended that with a 150. Now, Genius Esport, we all know them to be very smart, right? Pero they're very comfortable in their position. Parang, kumbaga in Game of Thrones, nasa iyo na yung Iron Throne, just sit back and relax and let the others do the fighting for you. And then you actually fight to the death when it comes down to the very end. Ngayon, GE, do you think that they can actually continue doing this? Na parang just play comfortably because ang taas naman ng league nila, Dad Femina?
They already have the highest amount of like placement points and the highest amount of kill points na din. So tamang chill, tamang relax, yun yung nakita natin sa first match. There's a high likely chance na yun din yung gagawin, na dahil they already know how to or where to actually rotate on forward. They were one of the teams na nasa south side ng circle when it actually landed on Sovereignty. What they did was they just ran towards the best amount of cover that they could possibly have and just chilled. Wait for everybody to actually keep fighting bago nila magkaroon ng konting presensya pagdating doon sa ating mga last fights. No? So, again, our Vietnamese team looking very untouchable nga naman pagdating dito sa ating match 1. Already setting the pace, the tempo para sa iba pang mga teams, and they did not even need to break a sweat. Walang pawis ang nawala para sa ating mga players dito sa Genius Esports. Talagang it still holds na yung top 2 spot, yun yung in contention. Yung top 2 hanggang top 4, yun yung pinaka-contested ngayon. Top 1 though, we can leave that out of the discussion kasi Genius Esports are just too good.
Definitely, and I love that you said na, sige, let's now discuss na lang din from top 2 to top 5. At the moment, Damwon Kia is still sitting very comfortably with at least 20 points na para habulin dito ng attack all around, as they finished strong with 83 points, overtaking Archangel Predator. But GNL Esports since their chicken dinner yesterday, medyo tahimik din sila. They don't really get to all of these fights. Nothing flashy for them, but they play the objective. Now, out of all of the top 2 to top 5 now, since very close to each other, I mean, 20 points para lang mahabol ng AAA itong Damwon Kia. But now that we're going back to Erangel, Sneaky Frog, may question ako sa'yo. Tingin mo ba pwede pang masurpass tong ni GNL Esports si Archangel Predator? Dahil because of that mistake that AAP did, ngayon AAA is like higher in terms of 1 point.
Yep. And that's definitely possible, that's for sure, no? GNL trying to see if they can take it to third place, at least, especially AAP. Another not high placement game, but they did fight a lot of fights, so madami na namang kills nakuha dito yung AAP, so I think they're just gonna stay dito sa third place. But at the same time, their spot is kind of endangered. Could cost them at least 858k to make that mistake and give it dito sa GNL. And yeah, Archangel, they need to, just still be aggressive. Of course, yun yung style na gusto nila. Yun yung style na they are good at. But then, getting caught na naman in the crossfire between some of these faces are kind of hurting their chances dito sa top 3.
Yeah, and I think yun nga, yung top 3 to top 5, sobrang lapit nila sa isa't isa. And you can really see how much similarly they're playing against each other. The outlier really is gonna be Genius Esport with a lot of points. So they're finishing strong with 153 and Damwon with 100 plus 104. So at least now, diba, I do wanna at least tie back to AAP and how should they solve? Because the aggression and the playstyle is already there. But in terms of playing safe, GE can afford to do that now. So AAP, when it comes down to the balance of playing safe, right, and playing for the placement, and then being aggressive and just focusing on the kill count, now, what can AAP do? And if not Genius Esport yung target nila, who should that be? I mean, Damwon is gonna be a clear solution for them. But AAP and GNL medyo malapit na kasi sila eh. So, ano yung target dapat nila na i-hit for the next round? And how can they solve all of these problems? Because it keeps on recurring eh, for the past few rounds. Dad Femina, I just want to ask this question to you. Because Archangel Predator, they just lost the top 3 slot.
Honestly, speaking as a Filipino, it has to be Archangel Predator. It has to be Archangel Predator gunning towards Genius Esports. The best counter to how they can play against Genius Esports before they can get to that safe cover is to not let them go to that safe cover at all. Dapat sila yung kukuha ng isolation picks dito sa Genius Esports. Yung mahirap lang talaga doon is Genius Esports just are very clever with how they rotate on forward. A lot of these teams, hindi sila nagtatry na makapag-spray sa mga cars nila na they don't even find them in the first place, diba? Kaya if it's not attack all around, if it's not Archangel Predator as well, then it has to be another Korean team. It has to be at least itong Damwon Kia na makapagtopple dito sa ating Vietnamese team actually. Dahil sila yung nasa second placer ngayon. Sila din yung may napakalaking objective to get the top 1 spot, diba? Para ma-elevate yung mga tao dito sa ating middle of the pack, they can try to elevate themselves as well. If you try to eliminate yung ating Genius Esports on the rotation but not on the later circle, then you're already taking away yung pinakamalaking chance nila for that advantage alone. You cut off Genius Esports, then you're already finding yourselves a really good chance of throwing a lot in the air para sa ating leaderboard ngayon. But for Archangel Predator, they have to take control of their own destiny. Find these middle of the pack players before they can find Genius Esports. Be the one to cut the head off of the snake at magkakaroon katuloy ng malaking titol at malaking tsansa para makabounce back and get yourselves back on number 3.
Looking at the match ranking, no, Predator Shooterong, they're fighting their way to get these points, and I'm quite amused with how they performed during the last round. Basically, nag-kill heavy sila, although they did get eliminated soon before. There were top 4 teams na lang din, pero I like this fight. I like that they answer back to the pressure that is thrown to them by the other teams, and I'm just too parang sad na hindi natin ito nakita nung day 1 to day 2. Kasi nakita naman natin when it comes to these fights, right? Okay sila when there's a 1v1 when it comes to a team. Pero pag 2v1, they scramble. They scatter all throughout where they currently are. Kaya then we could see na disoriented sila pagdating sa mapa. But I hope to see more of those, right? But when it comes down to the underdog story, now that Shooterong is actually clawing the way back in to at least 11th place na ngayon sila, ang laki ng inangat nila from top 13. Now they're in top 11. Who are the other underdogs that we can see at least, diba, to form an alliance with AAP to take down Genius Esports? This is a question for Sneaky Frog.
Semi-Pinoy?
Oh, this already happened yesterday, that's for sure. RJ, of course, taking out AAA to give us 3rd place, and of course GE themselves, kind of helping, kind of blessing itong AAP. And man, this is gonna be a very tough one. This is kind of like the thing dito rin sa PUBG Esports. I know GE is so far up in the lead, but at the same time, yung 3rd to 6th place is like up in the air pa rin dito. So I like how close the games are actually in this one. But man, I can't really think of like a definite solution para dito sa AAP. Parang isipin ko gagawin na lang dito para sa kanila is do whatever GE does, just on the fly call na lang siguro, and just adapt to whatever situation is right in front of them. But they have to hit their shots. I think they should play less of the 2-2, but that could also hamper kasi yung kanilang aggression. No? They have a lot of stuff to think about after or during the break.
Yeah, they only got 1 point, but hopefully for the next Erangel maps, we have 2 more Erangel maps remaining, and the last 2 would be Miramar. So hopefully AAP they get awakened by all of what happened kanina because they only took 1 point. And syempre makikita natin yan for match number 2 for day number 3. But before that, we'll get into a short break, and we'd like to thank our sponsors for making the Philippine coverage possible. That would be Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. So don't go away dahil match number 12 will be right back at your streams in just for a short while.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
We are back here at the Philippine coverage of APAC Predator League 2022, and this is brought to you by Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. Ang pangalan ko ay Donut. I am your host, and with me are your casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. And kanina na witness natin, GE. Dominante na naman this time, not in Miramar, pero in Erangel. They're sitting pretty, basically, in their throne. And I hope that the Philippine team, diba, they just lost their spot of top 3. AAA, nakuha nila ang top 3, pero hindi naman malayo yung score, guys. 83 points for AAA and ang daming A. And double AP. And double AP naman din with 82 points. And I hope that ang storyline natin ngayon dito would be, of course, Game of Thrones, diba? If you already have a ruler on top and you want to break the wheel, hopefully AAP does that so well in the second map of Erangel. And I hope they form alliances to try and overthrow the ones who are sitting pretty on at the very top now. And GE, I mean, they contributed to us getting the third spot last time, yesterday. Pero hopefully, konting-konti na lang din, top 3 talaga or top 2 ang focus ngayon ng AAP. Dahil ang layo na ng lead dito ng Genius Esport at 150 points. Now that we're going back to the map of Erangel, Dad Femina, ano yung expectation mo ba? Because I really want to focus on Archangel now because this is one of their last few chances. Kasi in Miramar, parang mas may shot sila in Erangel at least to rack up the kills and rack up points. Placement at least for Miramar as long as okay yung drop nila. But now we have 2 maps remaining for Erangel. What can AAP do now? I mean, we've focused on them being aggressive, but in terms of them being careful, Mad Dog, we haven't seen him shine just yet.
Kung kanina tumangkad yung ating Genius Esports lead katulad ng 2 inches na pagkatangkad ni Sticky Frog kanina bago siya bumalik sa upuan niya, I do have to consider din yung Archangel Predator to consider or to focus on themselves muna before they can try to put their eyes doon sa mga top squad natin na si Genius Esports. Nuwinas nung match or yung game number 2, yung kanilang rotation problems pero biglang bumalik dahil they were on the other end of gatekeeping doon sa mga top tier teams natin na considerably it already gave like an elevation point towards the players of attack all around. Pero onti lang naman yung gap, iisa lang naman yung pagitan nila. So all good lang naman. You could still consider na sila pa rin yung top 3 team. Binigyan lang natin ng isang point for charity yung ating mga players dito sa attack all around. Madali lang naman natin ibalik. Maybe clean up yung kanilang placements once that we head into the last circles natin.
Yeah, and I think some of the teams that we expected to also perform well in Erangel did not get to shine through. Especially, I'm looking at Marco Gaming now and as well as SGD V2. Magaling naman din pagdating sa mga fights. It's just that rotation-wise, they're always gonna be caught off guard by other teams. But I'm glad to see underdogs such as Shuterong really shine through, and I'm looking forward to see kung anong mangyayari in match number 12 for Erangel because it is now done and ready and we are going into the map. Hopefully the drops are amazing for AAP. Let's see that Femina and Sneaky Frog. Let's go and get to Erangel.
Magda-drop na tayo sa ating second match of the day, Sneaky Frog. Kumusta naman yung iyong posture? Okay ka naman ngayon?
It's pretty good right now. Fix my back. Naman, when you are playing and or casting, you need to have that good posture. You need to sit up straight. Unless, you do like to lean in on the table a bit, which is fine. Because, if you have the good posture, you are going to get that good aim unless, you have to stare at the monitor. Like, literally straight at it. Hanggang crosser na lang makita mo dito. Then, maybe it is a bit valid to move forward. Pero yun nga, hopefully, people's backs are not too much hurting. No? I mean, we've been playing 12 matches of PUBG. And these are 26-minute games and 26 minutes of pure concentration from the teams. Especially last 5 games na tayo dito. Everyone wants to get the win. But Genius still somehow, some way, getting another one on the board. Already getting away with such a huge lead at the start. Man, grabe man. All 3 days. Di naman all 3 days, no? I mean, Genius, every time they go on Miramar, they get the win. But it seems like after yesterday, na-clean up na nila yung Erangel play nila dito. And now, they have 100 kills. They have 153 points just from the placements. Grabe talaga this team. Built different today. But the real competition here is gonna be Damwon and ang AAA. And AAP actually knocked down to 4th place after that one. So, the gap is not that far. Pati na rin dito sa GNL, pati na rin dito sa NGE. NGE, starting to catch up na nga dito sa mga 3rd, 4th, 5th place teams natin.
Oh, sila yung sa mga nag-gatekeep actually pagdating dun sa mga mid-matches natin. Considerably so. Napakaliit ng gap para sa AAP. So, a few kills will lead them up papunta doon sa ating number 3 spot. And I like that you mentioned that the real fight is happening below the top 1 and top 2 spot. DK, definitely yung pinakamalaking immediate threat para sa GE, but that is if they have both the balance of kills at saka placement points. But for 4 matches, feeling ko I don't think it's gonna be enough considering how GE have been playing as of late and considering the gap that they have placed themselves to their competition. 50, almost 51 points actually yung nagiging agwat natin to DK. To everybody else, they just need to catch up around 20 points in total. And that's another balance of kills at saka placements natin. For Erangel ngayon, mga kaibigan, everybody's placing themselves into a very similar situation sa ating mga early stages of the game. Again, a passive approach for a lot of these teams. Early loot na lang, huwag na lang makapag-contest against AAP. And then, taking back to it ngayon, no? Parang AAP thrives sana on those early fights, those early hot drops na nakita natin from the previous matches na, now that they throw away out yung mga early fights na yun, parang reliant na lang sila doon sa clean rotations before they can fight off in the later stages. Pero nangyari sa first match, hindi tuloy sila nakapag set up para doon sa mga later fights. So, you have to consider where they're gonna be navigating dito sa ating circle.
And we are already looking, and it is gonna be another Sosnovka. So, early rotations are gonna be seen galing dito sa AAA. Kind of guarding itong East Bridge natin. Or West Bridge rather. East Bridge. Gonna be occupied by the blue zone, of course. Malay mo may makaloot pa nga dito sa may Nova. But it's not likely, man. STV V2 or SGD V2 already inside of the military base. Havoc is trying to see if they can gatekeep the teams. Pero VR, nandito rin sila. So, Shooterang might be in a bit of trouble trying to see if they can get onto the island dito sa may likod. That could be one of the best spots. But at the same time, we've seen this circle close in prior games dito sa Erangel, so that could always go south as well. Pero the run and gun, more like the drive and gun, my friend. I cannot rhyme that first word with anything related to weapons. Pero drive by, that's for sure. Vuelo. Okay, avert your eyes, kids. This is not gonna look good.
Inasagasaan na naman eh. Parang na-turn around yung tables dito. Kung saan
the
yung
cars
RJ
coming.
sana. Sila yung maka-cut off ng rotation pero yung AAA, yung mada-drive-by na paint yung kanilang mga katawan ng sobrang daming bullets habang nagra-run and gun ng ating RJ dito. Attack all around. What? They're getting swatted down like flies. At AAP, sila yung magbe-benefit dito na annihilate ang ating attack all around. And this gives an opportunity for a top 4 team para malinis ang kanilang placement. Well done para sa RJ. If you go back to our very first match of this whole final, Sneaky, yung RJ, yung may priority dun sa bridge area where now, attack all around. Sila naman sana yung mag-cut off before they come out of the bridge alive. The tables have been turned because of the movement of the cars and they're not able to hit their shots. Kaya tuloy yung naging resulta.
Yep. And RJ playing like they have nothing to lose at this point, and that's the most dangerous team to go up against when they are not afraid of anything. And RJ finding themselves in 15th place already. Nakahabol lang kay RJ dito. Vuelo has been playing insanely well. And in that first game, medyo naging unlucky nga lang dito yung RJ in terms of the positioning. But now I think they have a chance since they are already on the bridge. Meron silang opportunity para makafarm ng onting points. Maybe even try to threaten itong spot ng V3F and eventually itong VR with some high kill games. RJ, man, they're the biggest surprise of the day, possibly.
I mean, at this point, di ka na magugulat sa RJ kasi napaka-flexible in terms of roles. Speaking of flexible, now Marco Gaming, the back foot of trying to sandwich these players of Magic Esports, knowingly na tatlo lang sila doon sa may beach. And Marco being the best Marco gamer dito sa ating fight, mga kaibigan. Nahanap yung isa sa mga players at mukhang closing in the distance dito sa mga Magic Esports players. Nahanap ni Crazy Bobby B itong si Rise and Magic Esports na cut down ang dalawa sa kanila. Zapalui just has to fight and maybe navigate himself out the smoke. Kaso Marco Gaming, you just have to ask, what are they doing? Well, they're gaming all around Magic Esports ngayon, annihilating them where they stand. But on the other side of things, on top of the hill, STBB2 finding the picks papunta dito sa RJ. At kung kanina, medyo naging decent yung performance nila, it's the tables turning on RJ now with them 3 picks already. Si Vuelo na lang natitira para sa kanila.
There it is. MG is out. That is a tough one. Tough pill to swallow para dito sa MG, no? Is trying to stay at the middle of the pack. Para sa kanilang team. New generation, though, starting to chip away at the score. They're slowly catching up na nga dito sa GNL and sa AAP. And if AAP and GNL long tuloy-tuloy yung bad luck games nila dito, NGE just might sneak into the top 3. Di pa naman ganun kalayo yung agwat, no? And AAA, kind of a repeat dun sa ating isang game where RJ just took them out with the help of GE. But now, walang help ng GE, pare. Grabe talaga yun. Honestly. RJ playing insanely well and helping AAP in the process. Not gonna lie, I do appreciate it. Galing nga sa kanila dito.
Ang sabi kit naman natin semi-Pinoy nga naman ang ating RJ. Alam nila na, okay, AEA, humahabol sa inyo. Top 3 ngayon sa ating leaderboard. Sige, tulungan ka namin. Kayo naman yung magiging top 3. Nasa inyo na yung chance para makuha yung top 3 spot na ito. Kailangan na lang nilang kumuha ng ibang picks dito sa ating next match. Considerably so. It same have to be said para dito sa iba pang mga teams natin sa leaderboard natin. So VR, trying to take the picks dito sa NGE, trying to rotate through the sea. Gamit ang kanilang boat dito, mga kaibigan. Nag-hit yung shots. Talagang nandun yung damage, pero a little bit more para makapitalize yung kanilang positioning sa open area ng sea. Pero as long as NGE get to the farther part of this coast, then they should be fine kahit nandito si Sosbat Tech. I do like to consider though na since yung area ng ating circle is within the coast again and around the Sosnovic Tech Island, how do you feel about it compared to like yung ating first day where you were saying na it's a snoozer but now everybody's like fighting all around?
Yep. I do say that it is a snoozer if there is teams or a lot of teams sa labas ng ating zone, which you can't really blame kasi nga this has got to be one of the most difficult circles to play if you do not have high ground dito. And knowing exactly that the teams are now already rotating in, but the teams that like to kind of play with the blue zone a bit, kagaya nga ng Damwon Kia dito, they're gonna be hurt by some of the damage here. But at the same time, Damwon, they can just fight their way in dito sa Sosnovka and even collect some points in the process. So other teams have to be careful. They have to set this one up right, especially itong V3F. If they want to defend this bridge from Damwon, they really need to hit their shots. And knowing Damwon, men, knowing how they can play this one easily, their aim is actually insane. Kahit nagda-drive-by sila dito, they are deadly accurate. So V3F just opting in to cross na lang dito sa may bridge side natin. And they're just gonna play it safe. But TK is coming, man.
Trailing behind them. Pero mukhang hindi yung bridge yung magiging focus sa kanila. Maybe take cover and maybe play inside the blue zone for a little while, trying to scrape away yung mga loot na pwede pa rin nilang makuha despite V3 Fox already having presence dun sa area na yun. But on the other side of things, Makan Semeru tsaka yung Shooterong again fighting for cover, fighting for real estate dito sa ating farm area. I'm trying to see if they can find themselves an isolated pick dito. Nandun na nga yung mga cars. Nandito na din yung mga picks dito for Makan Semeru. And nandun na din yung presensya. Nahanap nila yung mga players ng Shooterong. So, exchange of bullets na lang siguro. Smokes out para dito sa Shooterong players. At effective ang kanilang line of sight dahil si Mingjay nahanap si Teddy dito, knocking down one of the players of Makan Semeru, and this is their opportunity para ma-close in yung distance sa loob ng bahay palabas dito sa ating match na ito. Already putting down the damage dito kay Bulang na dapat na lang gumagamit ng kanyang mga first aid kit para ma-bring himself back into full HP. Habang itong si Crazy Easy, siya yung nagko-close ng distance. Siya yung mag-entry para sa mga players ng shooterong dito. Finding them on the first house. Nope, wala sila. Nakapag-transition agad doon sa warehouse where the real fight will happen for Makan Semeru.
Just them playing cover. No one really wants to make the first move, especially a rotation can come very, very quickly. Galing dito sa RJ. They're gonna fight that every damn time, that is for sure. But this is gonna be difficult for some of the teams na hindi pa nakakalabas dito sa ating blue zone. But it is only phase 1, so they can take their time. They're only taking like 2 damage siguro kung naka painkillers or naka energy drinks sila. So they're pretty much fine. MCS just taking in the scenery for now. And we could see like at least 14 teams hanggang sa phase 4 circle natin dito.
Another passive approach dito, pero just as I say that, si Dian nakahanap ulit ng pick dito sa mga Makan Semeru players. The focus was on Makan Semeru and Shooterong, pero at the outskirts of that farmhouse, talagang lumalabas ang mga long range angles na na-set up agad ng E36 It's trying to gatekeep a few of these players before they can rotate on forward sa loob ng ating circle. Sila din nagro-rotate habang tinatry nila kumuha ng ground dito sa ating play, pero
Oops.
now Havoc finds one of the last people dito sa Rascal Jester. Although they had a very tremendous performance sa previous game, unfortunately, isa sila sa mga pinakaunang mamatay sa ating next match. Now the circle shrinks at nakita natin it's all the way over towards the coast na din. Out of the ground and into the lower halves we go. Baugin already finding 17 RDK, knocking him down para dito sa mga players ng Makan Semeru. But Shooterong, they could be pushing to forward. Dahil si Howhow kanina pa sa loob ng container na ito, pero baka marasyan na lang siya ni Crazy Easy, not even letting himself go here. Shooterong cleaning up every single member except for Trick, who's trying to fight back with the slug shotgun. Pero ang Shooterong, nakaset up na agad yung mga angulo. Tamang hide na lang sa loob ng shack kung saan nandun pa rin ang isang mga players ng Makan Semeru. Shotgun na lang para dito kay Teddy. Pero Makan Semeru trading everybody back, na turn around yung table para sa Shooterong. Pero na-annihilate agad with only one man down. Teddy, one man dito against 3. A lot of players from the T Frogs right here trying to chase him down outside of the house and into the warehouse we go. Takbo na lang, Teddy. You already did what you can doon sa laban nyo against Shooterong, and you can live to fight one more day dahil you are the only man on top dito against Shooterong.
Yep, just gonna load up his gun. Maybe try to go for a forced fight in this one. Oh, he's gonna have to hit every single shot to hit all 4 members dito. But on the other side of things, E36 losing one of their members to AAP, and now AAP is tied up once again dito sa AAA. Opportunity to take back 3rd place. And yeah, they're not even fighting it. Enter Force, they're just gonna let Star-Lord go. I mean, Star-Lord, that's his role, man. He's gonna have to scout. He's gonna be the one going right on ahead dito sa ating game. But still, I think it's very winnable, no? Considering how naglalaro yung E36 dito. And we've seen squads with 3 members win an entire game before, so I wouldn't be surprised. But, ay, nako po, NGE. One guy is stuck here in the corner. He's on the beach, man. He's swimming.
Alam nila kung nasan si Young B din. Kaya, ang napakalayo ng iba pang mga NGE players. Tamang buy time na lang siguro. Maybe play around kung paano naglaro si Sylphia when he was getting ganked by 4 players of STVB2. Tamang inom na lang ng energy drink, tamang inom ng tubig dito sa may dagat, mga kaibigan, habang ang GNL, tamang survey na lang kung nasan dito si Young B. Yung iba pang mga players nandun sa may port, pero nandun pa rin sa rock side yung ating GNL players playing for the long-range gunfights.
That's an M24, man.
Nawala yung focus doon kay Young B. So habang tinatry nilang hanapin yung long-range taps dito kay Young B, mga kaibigan, may opportunity siyang makapag-flank dito, pero as they are trying to put some attention doon sa may port area. Nandun ang opportunity para kay Young B, pero nawala agad dahil yung long range angle ni Roy. Nahanap ang mga players ng NGE and they're trying to fight everything dito sa ating port area. But GE, they're also taking the picks dito. Alam natin na kailangan na lang nilang mag-chill, mag-relax habang lumalaban ng iba, pero gusto pa rin nilang i-extend yung lead. 2 kills agad para sa Genius Esports and the Vietnamese team. They're not breaking a sweat pa rin, but they're still going on forward.
Yep. And definitely do have the guns to do so. Mini 14 once again. The classic Simon T loadout, no? M4 and then a cheeky Mini 14 right with him. Pero si Cloris gusto na nga mag-push, but I think he ate too much damage from the blue zone as the nades do start to fly in para sa kanilang mga teammate dito. But on the other side, AAP starting to take advantage of SGDV2 being out of position, and there is going to be SGDV2 in the middle of everything. Grabe naman. It's a bit of a war zone dito sa Sosnovka, especially near the military base where the planes are at, and GE Utah is going to get IMP'd, and it is just getting worse for SGDV2. They're sandwiched between two teams. Archangel as well. Nako, hindi pwede magpakita. Out of cover. Itong si Mr. Flank, he is gonna have to wait, and he is gonna get Molotov off of his position. He is burning, and he's gonna be forced to push forward. Rinig na rinig ni Zest. The clink-clank of the metal. Grabe naman, Flank. It's trying to stay alive at this point, man. I mean, AAP, they've moved on to something else, but I think Mad Dog wants a piece of Mr. Flank at this point, but rotations are just gonna start. Utah is gonna get that final kill, and grabe naman, SGDV2. That was just a really unfortunate situation na merong 3 teams yata nakatingin sa kanila dito.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 on the crossfire, hammering down yung mga teams natin sa SDVV2. But dito sa ating farm, mukhang bumabalik ang focus sa port kung saan yung new generation esports na kanina pang nahammer yung attention ng GNL na punish dahil doon sa repositioning na kinukuha nila. Kung kanina nasa kanila yung control dito sa port, already regain control ang GNL, the Korean team na overshadow ng brilliance ng DK. Ngayon lumalaban against AAP for getting that number 3 spot, even knocking down itong attack all around who have already been eliminated out of this match, and kind of one of the more disappointing runs I've seen from AAA itself. But for AAP, already hammering down in sa mga players dito for the members of Havoc. Ang Indian team natin medyo in a pinch dahil they're in between the crosshairs of both AAP at saka yung Genius Esports, leading in kill count all towards the finals, and probably becoming the final victim dito sa ating match number 2. Pero para dito sa mga players ng VR as well, they could try to play for that third party contact. Hintay na lang siguro yung paglaban ng AAP tsaka ng Havoc, pero as the circle shrinks again, it's all the way over towards the farm area kung saan kanina pa nandun yung V3 Fox at yung DK as well. So it's a matter of how much they want to fight for this amount of cover, while you also have Teddy lurking in the shadows.
That's true. Pero tignan natin. I mean, almost 4 teams with 4 players left alive. And AAP is definitely one of them. GE already losing 1 member, but doesn't matter. Zest is just gonna farm itong Havoc. But AAP, they're gonna get spotted dito sa may hill area natin. It's a bit of a vulnerable position para dito sa AAP. So if they do decide to cross, papasok na nga dito sa ating zone, they could get shot by GE in the process. Pero VR trying to see if they can push in dito sa GNL, who's been placing really well this entire time sa ating tournament. The Malaysian squad, let's see if they can go for the push. Papasok nga dito sa may barko. Ay, naku po, nag-depart na yung barko, pare. Saying goodbye. Taekyun is gonna get exposed from the side. Naku po. The boat does not want anything to do with this entire situation, my friend. 2Tap and Roy still here, but I don't think they want to fight. I think they could just get out of here with 2 people. Pwede pa naman. I mean, Roy's pretty good. 2Tap's pretty good as well. But, I mean, VR Universal, they're trying to look for more.
I mean, already closing in the distance dito sa GNL. Kung kanina, paalis na yung ship, nag-sail na papunta doon sa kabilang side. Maybe even go to Miramar habang nagta-travel yung mga players natin dito sa Erangel. Nag-sail yung chances ng mga players natin dito sa GNL for survival. Already cut down to 2 against VR who are moving in trying to find the prey habang ang ating Predators mukhang kumukuha na din
my God,
ng pag-push
Roy!
dito kay Roy na nakapag-spray transfer ng tatlo ang VR. Sila sana yung magsasandwich dito sa GNL in the 4 versus 2 pero they only needed one man para ma-turn around yung sitwasyon. Naging tatlo na lang siguro agad yung mga picks dito sa mga players ng VR at yung nag-iisa na isolated. Naku po, kalaban niya yung dalawang Korean players from GNL who were on the other end of the force pushed into that port area. Pero balik tayo dito sa ating farmhouse kung saan ang AAP running in towards that farmhouse area looking to maybe fight against GE on the other side of things, gatekeeping them while they're trying to move on in towards the site. Yung mga players ng GNL, they do find the last nail in the coffin towards VR. But for Archangel Predator, this could be their chance to either get cover or find GE. Kanina sinabi ko, Archangel Predator need to be the ones to find the top 1 team dito sa leaderboard. And this is their best shot, Sneaky.
Yeah, and they need to at least try to see if they can get some control dito sa kanilang backside. But GNL in a really good position on the boat as well. They can see all this fighting going on dito sa may gitna ng ating mga bahay dito. But GE as well, known to be those early game demons. And also the late game demons. I mean, they're just demons in general in this game at this point. And
Mga demonyo.
mga demonyo talaga, min. Grabe. They are doing some next level trickery, that's for sure. Pero, ayun nga, GE. You can't count them out, no? Kahit tatlo lang sila dito. They can definitely make something happen. They're on the fly calls, not to be underestimated at all. But GNL, taking 3rd place. Grabe. AAA is now down to 5th, my friend. In the blink of an eye. GNL, the 2nd Korean team, now showing up in this one. And that just goes to show how good this entire region is at PUBG after that masterclass of a triple spray. Pero AAP, they do want to move in, but they have to be careful. MCS, they do have a scout right ahead. That can get information. Nade's gonna go through as well. Mad Dog's gonna go down. But that is the instant answer. Galing dito kay CJ18 with the headshot, with the barrel. But CJ18, he's gonna keep on going. He wants to get some shots. Galing dito sa GNL, they have the first move in the zone, but he has to be careful. He has to consider that that might be an AUM with that package. Pero AAP is gonna get Roy. Roy is down. If this is gonna be a good gatekeep, they have such a good spot in the zone.
Oh, then they have a really good position para mahanap yung GE tsaka yung DK who are knocked down. 2 players already out para sa mga players ng GE habang ang DK still alive and well. It's the Korean team versus Vietnam at mukhang nagmo-move na sa trap ang mga players ng GE. Utah being one of the fewer teams, one of the fewer players who have the highest kill count. Already down for the count. GE are eliminated. The top 1 team are out of this rank. At yung top 4 natin naka-layout na dito. Filipino teams still alive and well para dito. Archangel Predator have a good shot, but as I say that, na one tap agad ni Imac. Dong si Evil Patrick, they do have a chance para ma-bring him back to life as Porchi is also out of the picture dahil sa nade na nilabas nitong si CJ at ang AAP. Maganda yung chance nila dito, lalo na yung mga positions sila. They have a lot of cover. They can also try to find DK as they're scrambling right after the picks over towards Genius Esports. And you can see the pressure is on para sa DK tsaka sa GNL. Korea is in trouble.
CJ.
Lalo na nandito na ang mga Pinoy. Pumasok na dito. Nahanap ang V3 Fox. Already cutting them down to 2 players doon sa kabilang side ng building. The top 4 teams, they're definitely having a lot into our final circle, mga kaibigan. And with the smoke being dissipated, padating na ang phase 6 circle kung saan nando na sa kabilang side.
Maybe it's time to chill. AAP, you do be fighting a lot in this final circle. Imhack's gonna be low, but still, they're just gonna safely revive their teammates, and that's the benefit of having a house to be in. Just running back into cover. Yo, someone pick up Evil Patrick, man. He crawled all the way galing dito sa blue zone papunta sa my white circle, and I think he's gonna be rewarded with a res real quick from his teammate. So it is gonna be AAP 4 strong in this final circle. The only team with 4 members actually doing such a great job of preserving their lives in this one. Roy kind of hesitating with the shot here. Ayaw niya yatang mag-start. It's in his head. It's Oscar there. Just press house 1, brother. You know, help us out, man. Come on.
Come on, man. Sila na nga yung nag-iisa. Siya na yung nag-iisa na sa loob ng building na yun eh. Kung ma-eliminate agad, din yung mga Pinoy, mas madaling makakapag-push, di ba? Kapag na-knockdown agad, at
Oh
least
no.
itong si Yuno, edi madali na lang nila makukuha, di ba? Pero yung loot box, binigay agad dito kay Tutap and
It's dropping
parang
mini 14 man.
malaking reward yan sa large amount of time that they're still holding out despite them being one of the teams na dalawa na lang yung buhay sa kanila. So a large amount of ammo
What?
as well as the armor being there, but the Korean team already finding themselves into a bit of a troubling situation, already knocking down one of these players, si Under down under, pero si Evil Patrick already putting itong si Evil Patrick down under as well. At yung Filipino team, bumabalik agad yung bad habits, yung pag-rotate nila pabalik doon sa pag-regroup with AAP. They find themselves in the crosshairs of Under himself, bringing Foxy back to life. At nagiging stalemate na naman ito.
Oh my
Yung
God.
tatlong buildings na kinokontrol ng V3 Fox, AAP at saka ng DK, bumabalik sa Reliance kung saan kapag may nag-overpeak, sila yung matatalo.
Grabe. And at the outskirts of it, Roy just sitting in the grass getting full value sa kanyang ghillie suit dito. And that's gonna be a bit of a hard time for him to see, especially in this type of situation where it's a bit panicky. And you can
they're going
only
in.
see they're going in, but that's not the right entrance papunta dito sa ating zone. And they're gonna go for V3F instead. What a push to the two-man squad. And Damon Kia mukhang gusto niya lang sumagot dito with their own play. But Evil Patrick is gonna have to stand on the table para hindi siya masudog ng molly na yun. And GNL this entire time just enjoying a fresh drink, but that's gonna be a push. Galing dito kay Mad Dog, and grabe naman, one casualty only para dito sa side ng AAP. Molotov is gonna start to go in. Evil Patrick, yo, leave him alone, man. He's getting bullied this entire time. This is like his 5th down. Mad Dog is gonna be down in this situation, but what is important, that is they have the house once again. Perfect chance para dito sa AAP to take the win. All they have to do is take down the two Korean teams, which is easier said than done, that's for sure.
Oo, kasi they're also sandwiched in between the two positions that the Korean teams have. Tutap at saka yung isa mga players sa GNL already nandoon sa kabilang side sa open area kung saan pwede din tumakbo ang mga players ng AAP. Pero yung isa pang Korean team, yun din yung magiging focus nila. Sinira na agad yung isa sa mga pwedeng cover na cars para sa GNL with the nades pushing out para sa isa pang Korean team. AAP, they're still healthy, they're still alive and well, so they can just leave them fighting for their own lives. Yung dalawang Korean teams mukhang it is a civil war at this point. Yung Archangel Predator, at least they're poking down yung is mga players bago man lang sila makapag-go out with an all-out war dito mga kaibigan. Pero tamang scramble na lang tong si Roy. Tamang prone na lang, prone walk habang nagko-closing distance
He wants to
niya
encourage,
between
man, the
DK
fight.
at si Mad Dog. Again, lumalabas yung pagiging aggressive niya dito. Already being one of the players for AAP to initiate the fight as the circle will shrink it down. 26 seconds bago pa lang pumasok sa phase 8 ang ating last circle. At AAP, they have a very good shot at least knocking down itong GNL, forcing them to be in a very uncomfortable position. Yung long range angle set up agad dito kay Mad Dog na pwedeng i-initiate against Damon Kia though. That's something that they need to consider. Molly out doon sa kabilang side ng wall at nilalimit agad yung movement. Si Evil Patrick nag-iisa doon at nasibog agad dahil doon sa naidalabas ni Mental. Ayan na sana yung magiging big advantage for AAP, so they need to go right in right now. Damon Kia na knockdown agad yung mga players ng AAP at na-turn around agad yung sitwasyon. Kahit may cover sila, natatalo agad ang Pilipino. Kailangang i-delay agad yung mga players ng DK bago nila i-all-out war ang mga players ng Pinoy.
Where is GNL in this madness? They are just chilling dito sa kapilang side ng ating mapa. Possible a sandwich going on, but actually it is gonna be AAP in the middle of it. Pero Damon Kia, they're starting to get tapped from GNL side as well, but CJ18 playing out in the open. Just playing within the means of the smoke. Pero GNL, they're starting to move in. CJ18 playing this one really risky, but it is gonna be worth it. Foxy is gonna go down. And is this gonna be AAP capitalizing? They have to be very wary na meron tao dito sa likod, and Roy just crawling in the grass like a snake, and the ghillie suit is getting its full value. AAP with 10 kills. And if that's gonna be the wipe, AAP, do they have the answer in time? And mukhang hindi! GNL! Stealing it under the nose of AAP and the ghillie suit. Crawl play. Making it worth it, the Koreans, man. They're so creative when it comes to these late game scenarios, and GNL pulling out another win.
Unfortunate for AAP. Ang ganda na ng laban nila against Damwon. Pero sabi nila, okay, we'll form an alliance. Yun nga, sabi nyo nga, civil war. But basta, Korean ang mananalo dito. Korean ang mananaig. Okay na kami. And GNL just stole that away from AAP. AAP, they had 4 men strong during that fight. Unfortunate lang for them, ang na-encounter nila, the first encounter that they had was Damwon Kia. And then, ang nangyari doon, nag-steamroll na lang when the men were already bruised and hurt. Doon na pumasok yung GNL. Ay, nagganda ng stealth play doon ni Roy. They made sure that the circle and the zone control was there, plus the trigger discipline from him. Si Roy, he did not do anything else kasi ayaw niya mapamigay yung position niya eh. So that when the time comes, when they strike, AAP will be taken down. I thought that was gonna be an adobo chicken dinner already for the Philippines. Unfortunate lang nangyari doon, GNL. Ang ganda kasi nung position nila. They were just waiting from afar. V3 Fox ang unang na-take down. And then Damon, and then AAP, nung sugatan na, syempre, doon na tayo mag-strike. And there were just 2 people remaining for GNL, but they still made it happen. Grabe yung disiplina and grabe yung creativity talaga ng Korean team na ito. And what I noticed also would be the amount of smokes that they still had, right? The loot was already in their favor. What they picked up were a lot of the smokes because they knew they were out in the open, used that, but threw it so far away para hindi lang malaman yung position nila. And I think that is a creativity of Koreans, guys. AAP, almost there. And what can you say about those final moments wherein AAP almost had it, that Femina?
Classic AAP. Nandun na yung fights eh. Nandun na yung yung aggression na alam natin sa kanila. They were taking the most amount of fights out of everybody else and coming out on top sa lahat ng duels sila against a lot of teams dito eh, no? Kaya sila nagtagal kasi mas kalkulado naman yung pagpasok nila sa lahat ng mga buildings para ma-overcome yung odds. Yung V3 Fox na tanggal agad yung tempo dahil yung AAP squad sama-samang pumapasok sa bahay kahit may konting difficulty because of the use of utility, okay lang. Hintayin na lang yung mga mollies bago pumasok ang lahat ng mga players ng AAP papunta sa kabilang side eh, no? I mean, you gotta give some credit for AAP. Despite the fumble doon sa last seconds natin, they still managed to rack up a good amount of placement points natin. Talagang, in terms of the kills and in terms of the placement, they were top 2 ngayon sa ating match, and kahit medyo confusing yung nangyari. I mean, you gotta give some credit as well to Roy, man. The patience for this Korean man to actually wait it out for the final few seconds after they already taken out one of the most actually, if not the most aggressive team, which is Genius Esports, man. Perfect timing lang para dito sa Korean team, pero nandun pa rin yung Pinoy pride dahil nandun sila sa top 2.
Yun nga, I think this round, I would say, would be more like a war movie, diba? Nakita natin doon sa, when it comes to fiction, it was like Avengers Civil War, wherein it was Korea versus Korea, a sort of friendly fire against them. But GNL, they were so smart not to take on these fights against their friendly Korean team. And at that moment, right, ang objective naman talaga nila is gonna be the chicken dinner. Although, yes, yesterday was mostly them racking up a lot of kill points. This time now, they take home another chicken dinner and stealing that away from AAP. And I could really say another war movie would be kind of like Fury, if you guys watch that, diba? AAA being run down by trucks and vehicles during that time, and that's a good way to actually win. And thank you so much to RJ Rascal Jester for giving us a chance to bring back a third place, at least for a small while. So what can you say about that, diba? We were talking about alliances kanina, Sticky Frog. Are you thankful to Rascal Jester for bringing down AAA and at least giving us still a consistent top 4 slot?
Yeah, I would say Rascal Jester is doing a really good job as the secret agents of AAP, that's for sure, because they're always taking out attack all around for some reason. But ayun na nga, I mean, I think Rascal Jester is actually overall just playing really well compared to what yesterday's performance has. Even getting themselves out of last place and now they're into 15th. And V3F is now, or rather, Interforce, I think, is now in the last place. Kasi yung mga ibang teams natin dito, sa day 2 especially, are now starting to ramp up. It was a bit late galing dito sa RJ, but still, they played well anyways, enough to get out of last. So, I think that is what counts para sa side nila. But at the same time, AAP, they need to catch up as well dito sa GNL. And GNL, man, they're just they're that smart that they can play that situation like that with that much patience, honestly. They can just get the win. And that entire time, even though AAP does have numbers, grabe, I think medyo nag-tunnel vision na rin sila, no? Dun sa ating last fight. And they did not see, unfortunately. But the ghillie suit did help, man. The ghillie suit buff.
Yeah, I mean, that was a false sense of victory when they took down Damwon during that time, right? Damwon Kia. Hindi naman nila in-expect na GNL would be that close, right? Akala nila nag-aabang lang, pero hindi. They were out for the hunt as well. So, I feel like tunnel vision is correct. And I think nagdilang anghel din dito si Dad Femina kanina kasi or even si Sneaky Frog, because you guys were discussing, diba, the fight really isn't about Genius Esport, but the fight is the ranks 2 to 5. And thankfully enough, that's what happened during the last few moments of round 12, diba? It was Damwon Kia, GNL Esports, and Archangel Predator against each other. And the fight was actually beautifully done. Smarts toppled over at least the guns and the muscles of Archangel Predator. Well, that was just unfortunate, at least for AAP. At least a good placement point of 6 for them. Plus, the kills that they were able to get, ang dami nilang nakuha doon against the other team. So, GG, well played, I guess, but not a winner chicken dinner that we expected AAP to get. And I think this has been something na siguro they've been wanting kasi, and hindi nila nakamit during that time. Ngayon, I mean, Dad Femina, Caster's Curse aside, kanina nagdilang anghel ka na top 2 to 4 or top 2 to 5 dapat ang focus natin, which actually happened because yung top 2 to 5 natin yung mga remaining teams, diba, as we're looking at the match ranking. But what can you share about Genius Esport then, at least, and GNL now that they're rising to the occasion?
Well, ngayon na, dahil dito sa panalong to, looking at like the whole leaderboard, this unfortunately bolsters yung GNL up to the number 3 spot comparing to Archangel Predator. Na despite them having like yung 17 points into this, very impressive because of the placement plus the amount of kills, pero this is not enough para matanggal sila sa static na lang position, which is number 4. For Genius Esports though, this time around, them eliminated early gives a bit of hope para sa ating second place team na si Damwon Kia. If they become eliminated and become static towards like the around anong points ba sila, 161 points, no?
Yeah.
They can still catch up kapag nag-rack up yung points sa ating next 2 matches, and it matters kung ang DK nakakapagkuha na din ng balance between kills and placement points. Ang problema nga lang, yung DK naka-cut off na agad before sila makatanggal dito sa ating last match natin, no? Kaya tumagal ang ating Filipino team at saka yung isa pa nating Korean team na GNL Esports. Now, if ever that GNL Esports get another very high placement point, then they have a possibility of becoming the number 1 Korean team sa ating leaderboard. Not the number 1 team in the leaderboard as a whole, because Genius Esports still have a really good lead pa rin. Pero I kind of feel bad about the Filipinos ngayon, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, almost na eh. I mean, ikaw, Sneaky Frog, you witnessed everything from the very beginning that AAP had a great rotation. They crossed the bridge and even traveled their way in, took a lot of cover in these farmhouses. But yun nga, hindi lang naging enough. But any thoughts on that, yung final moment na yun na snatch away ng GNL?
Yeah, I think at the same time, the circle just hates AAP, honestly. Like that, they had the entire building, the circle could have hit south or could have hit in the direction of AAP at least, but no, it forced them out of the building and forced them out of an uncomfortable position. But instead, Damwon had the best spot in this one, but they had to go aggressive. They had to go for the risky play, and unfortunately, GNL did capitalize off of that. It's quite sad, no, to say the least. But I think AAP, they should just keep whatever style that they had last game. It seems like it's not working. Now they just have to get that 5-leaf clover in their back pocket siguro. Hopefully the circle does go in their way, but at the same time, they have to be more aware of their surroundings siguro dito.
Yeah, I mean, they just focused so much on Damwon that they forgot that there was another team still present and nakaabang lang sa kanila. But I guess, hopefully, applied learnings from kanina, 6 points at least to be taken away, 17 at least in total for that round, which gives them a comfortable position at 4th. But yun nga, I think the next one, which would be another Erangel map, is where they should be shining. Keep on applying the same pressure and being wary about their surroundings during rotations. But the final moments should also be very open in their eyes kasi dun sila nadali ng GNL Esports. And we'd like to thank the sponsors for making this Philippine coverage possible: Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9, and as well as thank you to PC Game Pass. With the PC Game Pass, gamers can access a vast library of popular games conveniently and affordably. And every time you buy a Predator Helios 300, you have a chance to win 3 months worth of the PC Game Pass. Pero kapag bumili ka na ngayon, you get 1 month for free. So guys, wag na kayo maghintay. Check out your Predator stores and online stores now to get that PC Game Pass. Again, this has been me, Donut, with me, your casters, Dad Femina, and Sneaky Frog. Kami ay magta-take ng quick break, and Erangel will be up next.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASDA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
We are back here at the Predator League 2022 Philippine coverage with Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. Ako nga pala si Donut, your host. And we're gonna be seeing the final Erangel map for today. Pero syempre, hindi lang PUBG ang action na makikita nyo sa Predator League 2022. It's also gonna be Dota 2. Malapit na tayo mag-finals doon. So, if you guys are fans of Dota 2, so check out their stream. Minsan lumalabas siya on the top left corner of the stream. And you can get a chance to win 5 Predator loot bags and 1 Cestus mouse. So, syempre, stay tuned in the Dota 2 stream para may chance kayong manalo ng mga giveaways namin para sa inyo. Now, going back to PUBG. Ngayon, we're gonna be seeing the final map of Erangel. Kahit alam naman natin Genius Esport is so good at Miramar, they still managed to get one home. And GNL Esports creatively getting that chicken dinner just by mere waiting for their opponents. And I think that's just about where the circle currently is. Sabi nga naman ni Sneaky Frog, hindi lang naging very fortunate ang mga drops dito ng AAP. Yes, they're close to where the zone is, pero late lang din yung rotations, and yung final zone, wala lang talaga sa pabor nila. GNL had it in the bag. Pero we're currently sitting at top 4, very comfortable, I would say. Close din naman ang score natin to GNL Esports, but I hope that aggression will be done at least here by AAP. Mistakes were made, but I hope hopefully nakalimutan na nila yung match 12 na yun, and they move forward to match 13. Dad Femina, ano ang expectation mo ngayon for match 13? Kasi ito na yung last Erangel map natin.
Wag na siguro paltan ng AAP yung ginagawa nila doon sa previous match, no? Yung calculated aggression, talagang dinadagdagan na yung brain sa brawn ng ating Filipino team, eh. Just keep their consistency on forward. Nakita na natin na they already knew what type of control they needed to go for, and that is all-out aggression para makuha yung mga cover na kailangan na kunin, already displayed by the likes of like VT Fox as well as Shooterong na already suffered at the hands of this leaderboard right here. So AAP, again, into the last Erangel map for today, is keep themselves cool, calm, and collected. Nakikita natin na lagi sila sa gut cap bumababa. Their comfortability kung saan sobrang flexible sa kung saan pwede sila makapag-rotate. They already cleaned up kung paano sila mag-rotate on forward, not taking overly aggressive fights sa early stages of the circle. They keep doing that, then they can translate as much as they did kanina dun sa ating second match of the day.
if unfortunate yung mga AAP drops, right, because of where the focus currently is, anong wish mo, Sneaky Frog, for where the circle is gonna be? Kasi alam naman natin, we don't really want the south of the map. Ngayon ng Erangel, ano yung wish mo for AAP?
Man, I hope they have a circle that serves at least, more of a purpose para sa kanilang mga spots dito. I think I really needed to be mas worried pa ako sa final circle or around like the second to final circle natin kaysa yung, the main circle dito sa phase 1 kasi nga wala namang problema dito para sa AAP para mag-rotate dito paloob sa ating top 4. Pero ayun nga, it's just that the late game white circle RNG is just not it para dito sa side ng Archangel. So they need to make faster decisions siguro no pagdating sa ating late game kasi nga these past few have not really boded well para sa kanila in terms of that white circle.
Hopefully, it is gonna be in their favor because this is the last Erangel map and we know in terms of force, kayang-kaya nila to. So, without further ado, we'll get into match number 13, our final map of Erangel. Casters, take it away.
All right, it is the last Erangel para sa atin mga kaibigan. AAP still at number 4 dahil sa GNL performance natin. Pero malay mo iba naman yung kwento natin. Pero hold on, Marco Gaming, STVV2 having a bit of contact dito with IM Pete already on the receiving end of a shotgun. Dahil dito sa Marco Gaming with KMF1 at least the trade nila 1 for 1 na knockdown at namatay itong si SoQQ. Marco Gaming being the first casualty dito sa ating third match. Okay, well, perfect pushes again for Marco Gaming. Just a surprise yung mga players natin dito. Pero at least still trying to play their numbers correctly against SGDV2 na kanina pang in-hold up doon sa loob ng bahay. Pero dahil sa push ni KMF1, na munti ka nang mamatay dahil dun sa nade na yun. Pero buti na lang at buhay pa siya, Sneaky.
Yeah, I don't think the VSS is going to be the best case scenario weapon para dito sa ating team. But Mr. Flanky is going to get blinded. A bit of delay. Grabe naman, these shotguns are doing a lot of damage. And not another victim collected. And Marco Gaming, si Daoyan Zone na lang natitira. Maybe they're going to go for the finish on the down player. And that is it right there, Marco Gaming. One member left alive. The VSS is not going to be enough. That's going to be the shotgun at range. Marco Gaming is the first one out. SGDV2 looking for their second chicken dinner dito sa Erangel. And this is not too bad of a circle actually for AAP. I think this one is gonna finish in and around yung mga mountainous areas natin dito. Maybe around Mount Everest, possibly. It's whoever is gonna get that great spot, man. And whoever plays the last circle well. I mean, you can have a good spot talaga dito sa circle na to. But if you're gonna be like GE and just play the inches siguro papasok ng ating circle, then definitely you can do some damage to the teams trying to rotate.
And the unlikely story na nakita natin sa Korean team, which is GNL Esports rewarding themselves yung kanilang chicken dinner sa ating mga matchups dito. Just giving them another target on their backs ngayon mga kaibigan. And I think the school common collected just hold up in the school as droppers dito mga kaibigan. Trying to play for the early loot yet again, and the big possibility, the looming possibility na baka sa Pochinki dumating yung ating circle gives enough room para sa AAP makapag-reposition and get the loot that they need para makapag-transit ng mas maayos dito sa ating mga middle stages of the circles mga kaibigan. For sure. Terong though, again, because of the picks that they got in the earlier match kanina, mukhang mas naging okay yung transition nila dito considering that they're trailing behind para makuha yung top number 8 spot. Pero still a long way to go considering sa gap na nakuha ng mga middle of the pack teams. VR only trying to rotate on forward, pero naku po, kung ako si Super Dean, tatanggalin ko yung lisensya ko, pre.
Reckless driving is not advised, especially when it is in PUBG. That could definitely result in a life lost. And that is not what you want dito sa ating final game of Erangel. But it seems like numbers don't always mean that you are going to win the situation. So it's going to be up to last circle players whether or not they are going to play it smart or are they going to go a bit reckless. But we are just enjoying the scenery siguro ngayon ng Erangel. Malaki pa naman ang ating white circle and they're just looking to jostle for early position. Maybe they see this circle before and they can at least get a good spot within the zone itself. And speaking of early positioning, RJ is right there.
Ooh. RJ on the other compound. Just a few miles away. Konting walk lang yan para makontest yung kabilang angulo din for VR. Long range angle din on setup sa high ground. Itong Escalusia ng attack all around na napansin ko medyo nagiging slow na yung start nila dito sa ating final match considering the rise noong second day pa lang natin mga kaibigan. Ano ba kaya yung nagiging kulang ngayon na nandoon pa rin yung aggression pero is it over-aggression or is it the lack thereof?
Could be the lack thereof, not gonna lie. I mean, both sides, no one really going for anything except for Evil Patrick, of course. The good old scout para dito sa AAP covered by CJ18, making sure that he is in LOS ng kanyang sniper dito, and XL Kiza kind of showing his location. Could be a pick para dito kay Evil Patrick. 2 scouts in a fight. Paunahan na lang makareact dito. But attack all around. I think he's going for the bigger fish dito. I think he knows that XL Kiza does have his friends with him, knowing attack all around, but he doesn't know that AAA is still right in front of him yet. But the shots are going to start to go through, and that's going to be the distraction play. AAP, Evil Patrick's going to take advantage. XL Kiza not knowing na merong gumagapang dito. Evil Patrick in a really good spot. And, oh, you know what?
So close.
He actually hears XL Kiza. If he can get this one beam, AAP is going to start to move in.
Salo na takalabas na rin yung knife dito para kay Escalusia. Oh, Evil Patrick, ito na yata yung perfect opportunity mo. Nasa loob siya ng shock at naghihintay na lang kung kailan lalapit si Escalusia. But Evil Patrick, ayun na, nasa taas na ng bahay, beaming on through, pero
no.
half HP na lang yung mga players sa attack all around. They're possibly losing out on the chance para makakuha ng damage dito sa AAA. But they already knocked down the door, but they did not see anybody inside that house, man.
Grabe, missed opportunity para dito sa side ng AAP. Could have been a instant kill dito kay XL Kiza, but I think more important thing is they got a good spot dito sa taas ng ating bundok. Pero looking at the minimap, tita mo naman DK, papasok pa lang sa ating gitna. Grabe, everyone's really playing this one slow. Even attack all around, who's usually known for their aggression dito sa ating mapa, don't even want anything to do with any of the fights dito sa AAP.
Maybe na-consider nila na masyado silang aggressive nung first 2 days natin. Now they're just calculating the risks, thinking about the diminishing returns dito. Kapag sige, it is natin na makapaglaban tayo, pero what about our placement points? What about those chances of us getting another way or another chance at a chicken dinner? Yun ang kailangan nila i-consider. Kaya siguro nagiging passive sila, and maybe yung reaction nila is not to go for the early fights anymore, but rather avoid them para mas maganda yung position nila later sa mga matagal nating circles dito mga kaibigan. But for Kansemeru, again, one of the more aggressive teams dito sa ating leaderboard, they do need to consider that they're very far down dito sa ating top 16 teams. Number 9 ngayon para sa Kansemeru. Bit to catch up para sa SDVV2 with a chicken dinner to boot here. And you can just have a bit of a magnification scope sa iba pang mga teams natin from top to bottom. Napakalayo ng agwat para sa lahat ng ibang teams dito. But again, aggression all around for both of these squads. Poking all around yung E36 habang a new generation esports. They're still taking control of this warehouse.
Mm-hmm. They are really well spread out, these two players. It is kind of a buddy system going on between the members of new generation esports. And they're just trying to conquer as much land as possible para sa kanilang team. E36 though, they're gonna start to move in from the side. Not a problem. Phase 1 is quite a long time, so definitely they can take their time, and they can even take their time beyond that. Pagdami pa silang meds dito. No problem taking damage from the blue zone as long as you have the right timing. But NGE in a really good spot. No one is really playing aggressive, no? DK welcoming this effort, of course. Siyempre, nasa kitna na lang sila dito. Right and next to school. On to Mini Pachinki. Really good spot para dito sa DK.
Really
Natin na lang AAP. Yeah, that's what you call the town near the school, my friend.
Actually, I can see
Because
it.
Pachinki's right there.
Bagay,
Oo nga.
napakalapit lang. Yeah,
The
yeah,
buildings
nandun
are
lang eh.
pretty the same as
Napakalapit
well.
lang. Yeah, true. Covers could be the same. How you approach that sound could be the same doon sa Pochinki. Pero the circle shrinks and phase 2 will be in the middle of Sosnovka Island. That and the coast along it as well sa taas. Pero uy, E36 trying to cut off yung rotation nila doon sa bridge of NGE. But I think the plan here is to just chase after them kasi doon din naman yung magiging ruta nila. So after that presence being known for the members of E36, dapat aware na yung NGE na doon sila manggagaling. So they have a choice. Either go on with their merry ways. Sige, you already dealt a bit of damage sa amin. Hayaan na namin kayo mamaya tapos doon na kami babawi. Or you could set up the same parameter that Rascal Jester had in the previous game. But hold that thought. Magic Esports, finding the pick dito kay Purchi and V3 Fox. Yet another way para ma-disappoint tayo kasi nasa open sila, nagro-rotate pa lang pero caught in the crosshairs of Magic Esports at baka sumunod pa nga itong si Uno6. Dalawa na knockdown para sa V3 Fox and the kill feed is lighting up for everybody. Namatay agad yung mga players ng Havoc dahil honestly feeling ko na hulog lang siya somewhere. It's just a random death but this VR has a whole.
Yep. Malaysian squad starting to roll up dito sa ating zone. Meanwhile, DK... Under. Oh, good thing you didn't get run over by your own car, but you're gonna need some help from your team, which they are very far away. That's gonna be GNL gatekeeping para dito sa DK. Isa na namang sakit sa ulo ang DK. Itong GNL trying to get this win once again to maybe even try to take itong second place. GNL really stepping it up dito sa ating second game. But DK, they have bodies within the zone. Loki definitely can do some pot shots at GNL, just thinking about placement points rather than the kills dito sa Damwon. So they're just going to leave them alone this entire time. And they're going to have a comfortable spot within the zone, possibly a house waiting for them. But it is starting to close. Half the zone is kind of in the water, so magiging masikip to.
Man, Under was just unlucky. Kasi it's just mga isolated players na kasama pa rin ng DK, let's be honest. Pero with the amount of distance that he had with this team, na habang nasa loob siya ng blue zone, it's kind of difficult to consider na bumalik para kay Under alone while ang daming nakaswarm around him when they already found him knocked down. Are you actually gonna risk your whole team to actually bring back one man, right? I think they had a pretty decent option for that. Makan Semeru though, going back to their old rivalry with Magic Esports, na kanina pa nagiging torn on their side. Long range taps galing dito sa SLR ni How nag-hit yung few shots dito sa body ng MG, and they're also flying in the crosshairs as well from Makan Semeru. So talagang yung MG, yung MCS at saka yung mga players doon sa kabilang side, that's Shooterong, ladies and gentlemen. Hinahabol gamit ng malaking ship ng ating Predator Shooterong, and I feel like it's a good shot of taking out Magic Esports while RJ is looming in the background. Tamang hotdog na lang habang lumalaban sila doon sa may dagat.
Yep. And it seems like itong Shooterong taking the commute route instead of the ones that you have to drive, and they just jump off in this one. They felt like they were playing Time Crisis for a second right then and there, just dodging bullets in and out. And grabe naman, MG starting to come from the beach, and they do have the anti-tank pillars to at least serve a little bit of cover para sa side nila. Mad Dog is dead to the zone though, not good news. AAP, that is kind of a random death. Havoc can capitalize. And I think they know that AAP is right in front of them naman si Nan, discovering his teammate just in time as we do look dito sa Makan Semeru. And Makan Semeru, they're just getting some shots for free, and it seems like they jumped off too early from the boat. Chris, BSTR, getting shot one by one. Pero 17 RDK, you're gonna have to be ready. Kim Coney is gonna roll in with the boat as well. What is happening? So Snovka is gonna be occupied by 15 teams. And it's just gonna be like an action movie-like scene. Malapit sa beach area natin. Nan even getting itong si Gems. Makan Semeru just trying to protect their property. And grabe naman. Crazy Easy just drowns in the process as well. Shooterong is out. And thanks to that, RJ, yung attention pa nga nawala sa kanila for a second and they get into the island. But GNL starting to push up.
Oh man, the Korean team finding RJ in the worst possible of places, in the crosshairs right here of the Korean team. At wala man lang silang nakuha against the Korean team dito, all falling down against GNL Esports, man. And just as we thought that RJ, safe sila habang yung attention na pull away from these RJ players into the crosshairs of Predator Shooterong na medyo unfortunate na yung death nila, let's be honest. Medyo early yung paglabas nila dito sa boat, pero AAP
Ooh.
getting a bit of damage before they
Barely.
cross towards the bridge. Yun yung toll gate at yun yung pinambayad nila. Konting health lang bago pa man sila makapag-backfill dito.
Yep, they're just gonna ride into the blue zone, making sure that they have a better spot in this one. Sylphia, do you have the shot? No, he doesn't. Seems like tracking is there, but the shots aren't. And AAP,
And it isn't.
man, do you just, I feel like yung headset niya ng AAP, they could just hear bullets whizzing past on the top of their head. Just hoping na hindi sila matatamaan dito and they run into Genius Esports. This is the wrong team to run into. AAP, you do not want to go for the final boss of this entire server. Grabe naman. They're just gonna ride into the sun, man. They're just gonna get into the zone really quickly. AAP in a really bad spot instantly. They answer with just riding into the
this is so
zone.
ballsy.
Is someone gonna get a run over? Very ballsy play, but the slide, I would have wanted CJ to just run someone over there, at least make it unexpected. That's going to be the drive-by onto one player. Control 2 on all of the players of AAP at the moment. Havoc, 2 are down. Grabe naman yung AAP with the drive-bys again and again and again, but a pick is going to start to pick off some of the members here. CJ and Evil Patrick are out. Nasa na ang mga ibang miyembro dito ng AAP, and AAP are out. Not the best result for the 4th place team who wants to fight for 3rd, and AAA still very far away dito sa 5th, but GNL, this means that they can extend their lead dito sa 3rd place. This is not looking good for AAP, man. This Erangel game was a disaster for them, and it just keeps on going dito sa Erangel. Or pare, this is just pure chaos.
Classic battle royale, kumbaga. Kung saan you can have all of the cards, pero kung mali yung execution mo, kung saan mo ilalabas yung baraha mo, then dun ka mawawala ng tsansa para tumagal ang iyong laban. Reminder lang para sa ating mga kaibigan, para sa mga Predator fans natin, if you are enjoying the PUBG action, we also have Dota 2 on your screens right here. fp.gg/Predator Gaming Philippines para man lang makatch mo yung action para sa finals ng Dota 2 as well. But back into PUBG we go. Damon Kia now in the crosshairs of Genius Esports. Pinupush sila dito. Under the hell and under the ground we go para sa dalawang teams, sa dalawang players ng Damon Kia. Knockdown ang isa mga players natin, mga kaibigan. Foxy will also follow dahil si Cloris, he's on fire. Habang na-knockdown din itong si Foxy, hindi matter dahil ang Damon Kia eliminated. Sila yung number 2 team na dapat magta-trail behind GE, pero dahil dito sa patay na ito na ang opportunity para sa isa pang Korean team na GNL Esports para makahabol.
Grabe naman, GNL looking for 2nd place in this one, but GE just extending their dominance. They want to go for 150 kills possibly just by today. And SGD just giving the chance para dito sa GE to actually live. They were in a really bad spot, but everyone is now res. Everyone is now okay. They somehow survived that risky ordeal. And GNL, man, really good spot within the zone as well. But VR, the Malaysian team, is gonna start to fight from the side. XK as well. They're gonna run into them possibly, pero dalawang down na para dito sa VR. Not the best spot, plus E36 is looming dito sa mountain natin.
Ang dami pa rin sa kanila. Kaya wala, outnumbered, outgunned, at outpositioned ang ating VR players. Eliminated by the players of E36. Pero ang Havoc nandito para isalvage ang lahat ng meron nilang pwedeng kunin. Dahil itong si XK medyo outpositioned. Pwede niyang gamitin yung car para pang cover at yung smoke din para matry gamitin yung first aid kit natin dito. Man, unfortunate para sa ating Filipino squad na sobrang early. Number 13 into this game na na-eliminate, followed by attack all around as well. Sila pa naman sana yung naging consistent pagdating doon sa match 2 or pagdating dito sa day number 2 natin. Ngayon sa match number 3 or sa day number 3, dito lumalabas yung mga nasa lower stages of our leaderboard. For GNL Esports, bumabalik na into the number 3 spot. Another opportunity for them to extend their lead against AAP, who are struggling to even find themselves footing dito sa ating match number 3. And they're just kicking themselves in the teeth ngayon, man. I mean, you gotta remember that they were this close para makuha yung first nilang chicken dinner, and getting knocked down very early into this next one. It's gotta feel bad para sa ating Filipino squad.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt their chances in getting third at least dito sa ating game, but still very possible comeback. Could happen dito sa Miramar, unless GNL does really break away with this game. But it seems like they're getting shot by everyone. SGD trying to capitalize on some low players dito na GNL, but they jump out of the car, and grabe naman yung GNL dito.
Oh, GNL are down!
Nades, but SGD with the nades themselves. Grabe. Despite the great drive-by na ginawa nila dito kay IMP, it seems like SGD was ready to catch itong GNL in the middle of rotating, and they had to move early kasi paparating na yung zone dito, and this one is gonna hurt. This is already phase 5, and positions are getting limited para dito sa mga teams natin. 8 teams, but it's only like elevation changes, a water tank, maybe some houses, pero ayun nga, not much to play other than some trees.
Other than trees, yung hills, yung trees na kailangan sobra mong manavigate, sobra mong gamitin for peaks dito, pero not the best amount of protection. And kitang-kita mo yung Makan Semeru na medyo kahit nandun sila sa elevated hill dito, kita-kita pa rin sila ng SDV, so they need to be careful para manavigate ito. SK again being one of the only players for E36 alive and well, pero nakita na natin yung epekto ng kahit isa pa lang dito affecting yung buong leaderboard as a whole. So we're keeping an eye on both Havoc at saka E36 kahit nag-iisa na lang yung kanilang members dito sa team nila, mga kaibigan. Genius Esports though, the landscape of the game, talagang good news sa kanila na yung top 2 to top 5 namatay na dahil they're again solidifying the lead that they already had. And parang na-reinforce agad yung belief ko, Sneaky, kasi kanina pinag-uusapan natin what is the real deal para sa ating tournament. GE already have 165 points comparing to everybody else na nasa baba, 113, 106. The real fight is not to get top 1 kasi GE have already gotten a really huge lead at this point. So what is the real fight? Get top 2, top 3 at least para makuha yung catch prize natin. At now that a lot of the top teams dito, 2 to 5, kakasabi ko nga lang kanina, already eliminated. Yung mga middle of the pack teams na nasa baba, now they can just fight for placements, try to affect the leaderboard as a whole, try to habol against the top 5 teams natin. And it's not about getting top 1 at this point, it's just surviving against GE dito sa ating later circles.
Oh, some pokes are going on galing dito kay Zest, but they have to be careful dito sa kanilang likod. XK can definitely capitalize when Cloris is not looking. He can just crawl on through. They need Zest. I think narinig ni Zest yata earlier, or someone from Genius Esports heard earlier that XK is somewhere in this hill, but can they get the right guess going? And they do spot there's a door open, so they know that there's gonna be one player maybe doon sa shack na yun. But MCS, they're just crawling slowly. They have full information dito sa Magic Esports, so are they gonna go for the kill? V3F is right in front of them as well. This could be possibly 6 points para dito sa Makan Semeru if they can play this one slightly aggressive. Pero yung zone gumagalaw na dito, so they have to move forward now.
Oh. And into the loving arms of V3 Fox, kung dun nga sila papasok sa farm area, GE also have to consider na meron din nasa likod. Pero ayun, nakita na si XQ1. He has to fight, but he is fighting out of this dead. Hindi na siya nakalabas ng buhay doon sa cover na kinukuha niya dahil Zest just sniffed him out. Number 7 though, kaya okay lang para sa Enter Force 36. But for the other players here, na-eliminate na din ang Havoc. Kaya konti na lang, we're reaching the top 4 position. Yung mga players ng V3 Fox though, they're cut down. 2 na lang buhay sa kanila. So baka sila yung most likely na next squad na magpa-fall down. But Yuta is in a very interesting position. If he actually overly aggresses against Petdret, who's the closest member for Magic Esports, then he's gonna get caught in a crossfire between MG and SDV on the other side of the tree.
Yep. And MG, Magic opportunity to seal themselves 5th place. 2 points away na lang galing dito sa AAA. SGD as well. going for a little bit of comeback story dito sa ating third day.
Oh, what a beam.
Oh, what a beam. Dayan also wanting to get into the top 4 as well. VT Fox is already out. And Ertzapaloy is going to get one of his own as well. So this is going to be the top 4: GE, SGTV2, NGE, and MG. And this is going to be a tough one. GE with that Jordan-like mentality, man. They just want to win everything. This is what you need. These mga competitions, man, you need the extreme winners. They just want to see how far they can go with the points that they already have now. Pero Genius looking for the fight on the horizon. NGE, though, they're gonna start to push dito sa SGDV2. SGDV2 might be in trouble. Mr. Flank is already down. KMF1 and Aoki definitely capable players, but with the numbers going in the way of NGE, I think babalik na lang sila dito sa may bundok natin.
Balik sa high ground, balik sa cover para man lang maprotektahan yung sarili nila. Leave na lang yung isa mga players ng SGDV2 dead habang nagre-regroup na ang mga remaining players ng SGDV2. Good aggression from NGE, honestly, para ma-cut off yung pag-rotate ng ating mga players ng SGDV2, leading them no choice but to just push on and move on kahit namatay na yung dalawa nilang players dito. So, good advantage para sa NGE, catching up again to AAA. At yung MG actually, nakahabol na agad. Again, number 5, trailing up behind the AAP ngayon. A bit of a gap para man lang makonsider to get that number 4 spot. But in a really good spot nonetheless para sa Magic Esports natin as a whole. Again, we're still in that same spot where GE are just chilling. They don't even need to do anything again. Mas lalo na nandun din yung loot box, so they have a lot of resources pagdating natin dito sa later circles. Meanwhile, NGE naman, sila naman yung magiging proactive sa pagkuha ng mga picks dito. Even though Magic Esports, they have a pretty decent spot, they're still trying to backfill para mabuy nila yung sarili nila ng time para makapag-reposition. But NGE, they have a really good spot here to try to cut them off.
Yep. That's the second drop para dito sa GE. As you can see, Simon T has gotten himself a AWM. And that's going to be a very, 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 very deadly tool to just instantly take out any snipers who are foolish enough to peek him. Pero yun na nga, Dayan is already out. A great beam earlier, but does get beam itself. Pero grabe naman, SGTV2, they're going to start to move into this one. But NGE is making it really difficult with the gatekeep. But I think this is going to be another free kill para dito sa GE. The res is gonna be stuck, but Aoki is gonna get spotted. Instead, it is gonna be NGE pushing in itong SGDV2. SGD, not even a chance to answer in this one. And New Generation, they've run into the final boss, Genius, wanting a piece of the NGE squad as well. What a beam from Zest once again. The Viet team, man, just proving why they are so dominant. And I think they're going for 200 points by match number 13. Grabe talaga at maximum at Genius Esports dito. Oh, but the push. One person is down para sa NGE, but Zest is gonna be low as well. Top 3 situation is getting spicy, but I think this might be another GE win in this tournament. Magic Esport is out. Simon T is gonna get the finish. Utah is gonna get Van. Grabe naman. GE wanting everything, not just the prize pool, but the entire leaderboard as well.
They're close to 200 points already, and I feel like all of those skills medyo distributed well, so I think they're inching closer and closer to that 200 point and making the gap really bigger for the top 2 and top 3 teams to actually climb. And this was something that we expected from GE in the map of Miramar, but even in Erangel, nagpapakita sila ng galing talaga nila. Genius Esport, ang zoning nila in terms of positioning, hindi naman sila magkakasama pero they make sure that they have all of these angles covered. And when it comes down to the reposition, even if NGE have smokes to cover them, there's no cover pagdating kapag kay Simon T ang kalaban mo. And that was just such a great way to end it, although 5 chicken dinner na ang nakakuha ng Genius Esport. They finished strong yesterday and starting off today, day number 3, even stronger dahil nga naman sa performance nila. When it comes down to where the circle was, right, I thought Magic Esport already had it. So what can you say about that Femina na I thought Magic Esport would be a contender because they're slowly creeping their way up in terms of the ranking, and I thought that it would just skyrocket pataas lalo given their last few moments of that performance.
See, the thing is though, the circle was definitely on their side, but that's like the dream scenario for any team. You would want to fight for it, man. Kung alam na agad ng mga teams na, okay, in the middle of Magic Esport, okay, let's just go down in that middle. I-compress na agad yung team who has the best position possible to fight for that best position. And unfortunately for Magic Esport, nandun sila sa talagang targets ng kahit sino na malapit doon sa smack dab middle position kung saan doon na sana yung magiging favorable position ng ating Magic Esports. No? Again, bumabalik na naman tayo sa conversation of can anybody topple Genius Esports? So far, with where we are right now, the answer has been no. Unfortunate talaga.
179 points in total basically after round number 3 for today. So ang laking lead noon, although yes, they started a bit slow. They got the chicken dinner and a few kills, 'di ba? I think that was about 4 to 5 kills in round number 1 where they got the first chicken dinner. And then now medyo nag-increase na lalo yung likelihood for them to even secure that number 1 rank. And I think, given all of that performance, Miramar is not gonna be a question for them kung mawawala na yung number 1 spot nila. But let's take a look at rank 2, 3, and 4, wherein Damwon Kia is at 113. And close is actually GNL, another Korean team. So nagsama-sama sila, holding hands sila sa top 2 and 3. And Archangel Predator, medyo malaki na rin yung lead na kailangan nilang habulan to get number 2 or number 3. A question for you, Sneaky Frog. Early on, natanggal agad ang AAP. Unfortunate for them because at least the drop in that wasn't favorable. And then the circle closed in again in Sosnovka. And yun naman talaga yung ayaw natin mangyari sana for AAP, but it happened. But Damwon Kia is gonna be their eye. It's not gonna be Genius Esport anymore kasi ang laki na ng lead. What can Archangel Predator do to try and keep GNL Esports from racking up more points? Kasi kanina 1 point lang yung lamang ng GNL, ngayon 5 na.
You should stop dying so early. I think that's it's kind of a blunt way to put it, though. But at the same time, AAP, that was just an unfortunate situation na naman para sa side nila. Once again, the circle not favoring in this one, kind of forcing their hand to try and see if they can get a really good spot dito sa loob ng ating zone. Trying to go for the risky play, of course, but I think it was a little bit too late, no? The teams that rotated earlier got rewarded dito sa ating game. So that's actually a really good news for the teams that really just want to sit in a building and just shoot out of it. Pero para naman sa mga teams sa kaya ng AAP who are looking for more kills to get second place galing dito sa Damwon, to get third place galing dito sa GNL, yeah, you really expect them to go for that play. But I think, they were a bit too open dito sa ating field, and I think that risk did not pay off, unfortunately. I mean, it's called a risk for a reason, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about New Generation Esport then, because they were the top 2 team. They've gotten a placement point of 6, and malapit na sila to Archangel Predator. With how NGE is playing, parang both safe and secure plus the risk play is rewarded for them because they get the kills, and then second is they get the placement. Ngayon, about 10 points na lang ang gap nila to fill so that they can overthrow AAP and as well as GNL, 15 points. What can you say about New Generation Esports performance, Dad Femina, para lang, I mean, medyo tahimik kasi sila kahapon and now they're racking up a lot of points.
I mean, we already saw glimpses ng kanilang magiging violente nung ating day number 1. Parang nagsa-slow down na nung day number 2 kasi it was the AAP show nga naman, di ba? For day number 3, ngayon lumalabas na din yung pagiging proactiveness nila, and I think it comes into effect kung nawala na yung mas aggressive teams like Attack All Around, like AAP, then that's teams like New Generation Esports who like to sit on the sideline, who like to play in terms of being in the middle of the pack where expectations are definitely low for them. Pero when you being in the middle of a pack kind of gives you a lot more room to surprise these people na, okay, since everybody likes to rank us a little lower than we expected, then That's our room to try to like get them by surprise now. So NGE now playing in the middle of the pack again. They only need a few points para ma-overcome yung AAP, and with bad habits going back sa ating Filipino team, then unfortunate for me as a Filipino to say this, pero they have a good shot of doing that talaga.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing that shot happen because at least it was closer, diba, where they were dropped, and then as well as where the zone currently is. They were closer. It's just that siguro some of the rotations from the other teams were smarter because instead of just going to the direction where the zone is, they circled around. And I feel like those who circled around, sila yung nagkaroon ng advantage doon. And GE talaga, ang galing nila when it comes to the fights. Even when it comes to the players now contributing to the kills, right? It's gonna be Zest for Genius Esports. Very consistent player together with Yuta and Cloris. At least, no mga nakaraan, diba, we were setting our eyes on another player, which was Simon T. Pero if all of you are performing that well, you're quite unstoppable now, and that's why you're sitting very high up with 170 points. And konti na lang din, and next map pa natin, Miramar, diba? Wherein they had 2 chicken dinners, they already had 2 in Erangel. What's to stop them now from getting another one? And I hope the other teams will show up and at least garner a lot of points. So it's gonna be a question of now who will be top 2 and top 3 in terms of getting that prize pool of 30k and 15k USD. Yan ang tanong natin mamaya. Pero syempre, we'll just go to a short break. Syempre, hinga lang muna. We've already done 3 Erangel maps. Now we're gonna close the day with 2 Miramar maps. And we'd like to thank Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9 for making this possible. Meron din tayong Dota 2 stream wherein they're giving away 5 Predator loot bags and as well as 1 Cestus mouse for you. So, syempre, tune in also to the Dota 2 stream. As we're going into the break, you can keep 2 tabs open dahil kami ay magbabalik with 2 Miramar maps.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heat.
Welcome back to Predator League 2022 PUBG Battlegrounds. Nandito na tayo sa last moments of this tournament kasi day 3 na tayo and we have 2 matches remaining, which would be Miramar And I'm really seeing na baka it's gonna be something that is favorable for Genius Esport dahil nakadalawa na silang chicken dinner dito. But may chance pa rin kasi to get the placements for top 2 and top 3. And I'm looking at Damwon Gaming dito. I hope AAP has a lot to say, and I won't really get into it anymore. We're very excited for the Miramar map, and without further ado, we're getting into match number 14, Weathercasters, Dad Femina, and Sneaky Frog.
Wala nang hintay-hintay. Wala nang analysis pagdating dito sa game na ito. Kung saan natin sa Miramar makikita kung top dog pa rin ang ating top 2 team. Okay na. Alam na natin na yung Genius Esports panalo na. Alam na natin, let's be real. Pero yung top 2 at saka yung top 3 natin, it's still up in the air. Napakalapit pa rin ng Archangel Predator at pwede pang mahabulan ng NGE yung ating iba pang mga spots. So, if Korea can be successful sa pagkuha ng last seat natin, then we will definitely having a winner.
Yep. And MCG, Barman, wanting to get revenge from that earlier situation na ginawa kanina dito ng MCG, kind of sandwiching ang RJ dito, but RJ is gonna get crazy Bobby, but the VSS doesn't do that much damage from that far of a range. It only does like 8 damage a bullet, so this is gonna be quite the slow death, but his other teammates are gonna be helping in the process as well. So 1 point para dito side ng RJ, really securing them not being last place, that is for sure. That's gonna be the burden of Enter Force 36 as of the moment, as the last time I saw, but V3 Fox is not too far off, and I think we've seen this circle before that, not gonna lie.
Man, all the way to the tippy top and possibly in the nick of things doon sa Cruz de Valle. Honestly, it's looking like a pretty good start here for a few of these pins, specifically for AAP, already dealing a bit of damage dito kay Bulang and Shootarong. They're just calmly collecting as much loot as possible bago na natulungan yung mga players dito ng Shootarong, who is kind of holed up dito sa junkyard of all things. And man, I mean, for AAP, it's a long road to go, but for Genius Esports, and at this point, I don't think it's a surprise that we talk about them so much. Being the top dog ngayon, ang Predator sa lahat ng ating teams dito sa leaderboard with 4 chicken dinners, I believe, 4 or 5. They
5, yeah.
have solidified themselves as the best team ngayon sa ating tournament.
Yep. This is gonna be a sick one, that's for sure. Especially para dito sa Genius, no? They're back on home soil, man. This is their bread and butter. Miramar is the map that got the bulk of their wins in day 1 and day 2. And day 3 is just offering so much para dito sa GE. Are they gonna get 200? Definitely a possibility, and they could definitely do it. You've seen 30-point games from this squad. You've seen high kill games plus the high placement. So if they go for 200, this is going to be one of the more insane scorelines in any PUBG tournament that already happened in history. That's for sure. But Damwon Gia on the top side, kind of in a dilemma right now, no? Nahabol na sila ng onti-onti dito ng GNL Esports. GNL breaking away from the 4th place, of course, now into 3rd and securing it para sa kanila dito with a really good placement in that last game, but they just got caught super early kaya hindi nila ma-extend masyado ang lead dito. But Damwon Kia are definitely under threat.
Definitely. Sa sobrang lapit, practically breathing yung ating fellow Koreans dito from GNL ngayon. It's trailing behind them. Konti na lang, mga 7 points na lang para ma-match yung ating DK for GNL. Yung ating rotation dito for Damwon Kia, it's gonna take a bit of time before sila makapasok doon sa ating circle, which is already set up doon sa may east side of things. For a lot of the other teams dito, I feel like they just need to accept that, okay, we're not gonna be top 2. We're not gonna be top 1. Hindi tayo makakahabol sa 100s dito. Pero, they can still affect the leaderboard as we speak. Marco Gaming though, nakahanap ng isang jester na gumagamit ng sasakyan. Napakalaki masyado para sa iyo. You're falling down dito, Buelo. Hindi ka makakabuelo palabas ng garage dahil Marco Gaming are falling to the hands of Soko Q. Itong Rascal Jester players need papunta dito kay Buelo, pero it's kind of on the far end of things. It's only a matter of time before maybe one of these Rascal Jester players can pick him off, habang Soko Q taking a sweet time to maybe even pick off a few more towards Rascal Jester and being the immediate threat papunta dito sa ating purple team. Pero Marco Gaming, man, you could rely on Soko Q to do whatever hell he wants.
Grabe naman. RJ, already down one member. Not the best start para dito sa Miramar, and they do regain last place as of the moment as E36 did chip away at the lead. But now, let's see if they can at least break away from it. We are now reaching at least the 30s para dito sa side ng RJ, and they're gonna try to extend the lead with the fight against Marco Gaming. Once again, not the best placing para sa Marco Gaming in the last game. I think they were out first in that initial fight, and they're gonna try to survive the storm that RJ is about to have. But there is fights going on all over the place. Miramar, definitely more fights, less cover. So a lot of teams are definitely gonna fall even before the phase 1 circle comes in.
Man, RJ is kind of in a very tough spot here. I feel like CQQ found a needle inside a haystack. Just the perfect opportunity to try to cut them off. Oh, voila. He actually turns it around with Kim Goni at his side. At konti na lang, mahanap na itong si SoQQ, who was the one who initiated the fight papunta dito sa Rascal Jester. The punish is coming through. At sobrang trap niya dito. MCG just has to accept it. Yung is mga fallen brothers sila, tuluyang mamamatay dahil nandito na agad ang Rascal Jester, and they're not jesting anything. Hindi na sila nagjo-joke. Hindi na sila nagkikid around si Frog dahil they're still here to play kahit sila yung sa mga pinaka-lower teams dito sa ating leaderboard.
Yep. And it seems like there is going to be some few rotations. Super early na naman galing sa E36. Shifting their gears in this second game. Or rather, the first game of Miramar in match number 4. Second map.
Second to the last.
Underway. Oh, ano, parang, nakikita natin yung E36. They were like, okay, we're gonna backfill until the very end of this game. But now it is gonna be Miramar, man. They know getting that early position, getting those early buildings definitely are gonna help their case. But Marco Gaming trying to get some damage in dito sa side ng RJ, and Wesker is gonna go down once again. Bad luck for the man in Miramar. Pero RJ, gusto nilang bawian ang kanilang teammate dito. They know exactly where one person is, but meds are gonna be starting to run thin for both sides. But RJ, they're gonna look for the push, but the backup is already here in the horizon. Pero RJ, are they gonna act upon yung nakita nila dito? I mean, they have nothing to lose, man. Might as well just push the guy in.
Might as well just kill him as he's still in the building. He's on top of the rooftop, pero pwede pa siya makapaglaban. Lumabas na yung shotgun, pero nakuha niya yung dalawang pick dito sa RJ. We're trying to get the pick here, pero Daiwan Zhong, he's a one-man army. He's just trying to navigate papunta sa room left and right.
Oh
and
my
all on his
God.
lonesome. Apat na pick dito sa RJ. And Marco Gaming, all falling with all the weight on the shoulders of Daiwan Zhong, man. Kahit nandun yung backup, hindi nila kinailangan siya. 4 kills sa kanya. Habang ang 4 na Rascal Jester, hindi na sila tumatawa. Namatay na sila agad dahil sa isang tao at si Daiwan Zhong ngayon.
Yup, MCG down to 2 members, but still huge points. Maybe to get into the number 9 spot and maybe even chip away at the lead. Meron dito ang SGDV2. But there it is. Masterful fight. The one-man army, just like you said. Grabe talaga. He was getting pushed in by almost 3 people. And they didn't even run up the stairs. But that was the shotgun play. Perfect for that situation.
Run and gun. Nakadalawa agad bago pa man siya tumakbo sa loob ng room, man. In and out lang. Tamang movement lang. Hindi niya kailangan lumaban ng tuluyan sa pangatlo. Kasi he was confident enough na since yung bullets na enough na doon sa dalawang picks na yun, okay, I have another secondary anyway. Sige, labanan na lang natin sa kung saan may cover pa ako. Either he has 2 choices. Either i-heal back niya yung dalawa na knockdown, therefore giving himself less time to operate kasi nasa loob din sila ng blue zone. Tapos pwede pa siya ma-push kung nire-revive niya yung mga players. Or, yes, pushes. Just goes no ball. Sige, pasok tayo. Laban na lang dun sa nag-iisang 1v1. Ang kaso, yung dalawang choices na yun, medyo dehado siya eh. Dahil sa positioning na ginagawa ni Daiwan Zhong. And not only that, it also gives time para sa Marco Gaming to reposition themselves. Kahit nasa loob sila ng blue zone na yun, it doesn't really chip as much damage as usual. But for Magic Esport though, nasa kanilang high ground. Nahanap na yung mga players ng new generation esport na tumakbo sa loob ng bahay pagkatapos nila marinig ang SLR nitong si KSMZ. who has the high ground here, but they have a pretty good position to get back into cover right after that.
Yep. And now the circle is just gonna get smaller, and we are gonna find ourselves in El Azahar once again. We've seen the circle before, but there's a lot more teams surviving dito sa ating zone. 15 strong still, 57 still alive. Some of the teams are wounded, pero tignan mo naman, look at how many teams that still have 4 people alive. This is gonna be
Ooh, what a shot.
a literal war, man, in the middle of El Azahar. This is not gonna be pretty for some of these teams who cannot rotate to get that spot.
O kaya kailangan, if they need to move right now. Dahil if you don't get yung prioritized positions nyo agad, then you're gonna get stuck between so many elevated positions by these teams, especially GE, who are known to play these high elevated positions agad. 3-1 split kasi yung one player nag-hold ng long range angle din nyo. Back into the battlefield though, Shooterong is in the middle of a very hard situation. Pinupush na agad ng DK habang hinahabol din sila ng Damon Kia. On the midst of everything, talagang sumasama na din ang Shooterong sa lahat ng laban nila dito against these players of DK. Pero with the nades flying through, it's kind of hard kung papasok dito ang Shooterong. Kaya tamang takbo na lang. Pero si Mentol ang kahabol sa inyo with Mingzhe down for the count at na-capitalize pa nga yung pagiging knockdown niya. Pick going towards Shooterong. They have to run for the hills. But the hills are where the other teams as well are hiding into with Crazy Easy actually take the pick towards Foxy here, and hindi talaga, walang safe zone para dito sa Predator Shooterong. Every bullet is flying towards every direction, and NGE is still waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, Crazy Easy forced to back off in this situation, but he is out in the open, getting shot by almost every player that is around in the surrounding area of El Azahar. And DK, it's kind of a replay of this situation, no? One person in the compound, and they're gonna start to move in the compound to get a more safe position. But the compound is outside the zone, no? So that's no longer the option. They need to get some cars and get out of here.
Get the hell out para maging safe, para makat yung losses na lang para sa kanila. They already got what they needed. So DK just rely on a lot of the picks dito. So nakuha nila. Man, it's just unfortunate para sa Predator Shooterong. They were already impressing us dun sa previous nating match. But against teams like Damwon Kia who can adapt on the fly, hindi na sila tuloy nakakapag-fly dahil dito. Clipping their wings, itong mga players ng Damwon Kia, they now have a lot of picks. Ang daming kills dito sa ating leaderboard. Still, mahirap na makapaghabol against GE, but considering that they're also solidifying their second place finish, then it's better than at least fighting off against a very close number 3. But VT Fox, speaking of the number 3, napakalapit lang dito sa ating Damwon Kia players. Pero they're gonna be meeting Mentol doon sa kabilang side ng mountain dito. And against the Swiss Army knife, ayoko talagang makalaban yan.
Oh, but one person's gonna get spotted though. That could be a kill if he does get the headshot, but IMHack does not pull the trigger on the Mini 14, and he's gonna get spotted as well. And V3F kind of showing their hand in this situation. They're still kind of stuck dito sa bottom side ng Tierra Bronca, but the circle just keeps on getting smaller, and we are gonna be focusing with the elevation change dito sa MG and in El Azahar. What is gonna be the priority here for most of the teams? But it seems like it's just going to be some buildings occupied here by MG and STV2. Kind of in a bad spot, huh? Not gonna lie. They're in the middle of the road. That should not be the place that you want to be in, especially considering all the teams can just shoot your place. But AAP is slowly starting to rotate from the backside of El Azahar through that highway. And Damwon Kia, naghahanap na naman ng away dito. Seeing if they can execute V3F before they go back into the zone itself. And DK holding on to second place with these kills. Grabe talaga. They are not making this easy para sa GNL to get that second spot from them.
Ay, syempre naman, kung alam mong nasa yun na yung second spot, you can try to at least elevate your lead ngayon compared to GNL who are still trying to make habol papunta dito sa ating top 2 spot eh. Yung SDVB2, I actually like that you pointed that out because they're definitely in the middle of everybody. Nung time na yon. Marco Gaming out of this world pa rin. Yung Magic Esport nasa taas, nasa high ground na kung saan sila nag-hold up. Nasa ilalim din nila yung DK kung saan they can just rotate on forward. and maybe sandwich on itong mga players ng SDVV2 habang yung AAP from the east doon sila papasok by the road while they even trying to take that Al-Azhar position. Pero wala pa rin tayo nakikita SDVV2 player, so namamatay, kaya maybe it does work out for them in the end.
That could be the case. But, a classic VR Universal na naman dito. Getting into the zone really, really quickly, putting themselves in a position where they can collect at least 4 points. Galing dito sa MCS. Kansemeru kind of out in the open, but AAP still 4 strong, finding themselves playing the buildings within El Azahar. So they are playing it safe, but NGE is here as well. And NGE, they like to play aggressive. They like to make sure that they have control of the town in its entirety. But no longer is that an option, man. I think Archangel tatago na lang sila dito sa mga buildings and try to go for any players trying to cross within the zone.
Kanina pa nila ginagawa yun. Actually, kahit nung first day pa lang, yun yung naging playstyle ng AAP. Wait for isolated picks. It could be that Makan Semeru, they're not isolated, but they're all together in the open zone, in the crosshairs of VR Universal for Rivals. Kaya, yung pag-hold nila dito sa house, it could reward them now with finding one of the teams that are isolated dito. So Makan Semeru, they have a choice to either fight towards that cover or to run away and maybe backfill habang hindi pa naman ganong kasakit yung ating circle. Phase 4, mga kaibigan, palapit ng palapit para sa ating mga teams. At makang ang dami nilang time para makapag-rotate on forward. Genius Esports though, still chilling kahit sobrang split up nila. 2-2 para makontest yung both yung narrow spot doon sa may west side of things habang meron din silang control in the smack dab middle of the south area of our El Zahar position. AAA also trying to sandwich yung nag-iisang member ng MCG players while he's trying to backfill and buy time for himself. Simon T as well, nakahanap itong mga players ng AAA. Pero ang GNL, tamang chilling lang habang hinihintay na lang yung inevitable dito.
Yep, not much options for cover dito sa gilid ng El Azahar on the west side. I think you only have the option of going double barns or the Cruise Saloon or some of the buildings right next to the mountain. And then yun na nga, V3F gonna get pushed in here by Makan Semeru. Makan Semeru.
He's low.
Naku po, low na nga dito si Yuno. So Yuno, if he gets finished there, this is basically over for the squad. And they are gonna be out in such a low place once again. But Makan Semeru looking for the kills, man. There's a reason why they are also so high dito sa ating top 10. Because they like to go for the aggressive plays. And are they gonna go and push them actually in this situation? No, they're gonna play it smart. Instead, VTF are gonna be forced into their crosshairs. VR Universal getting some poke as well. So I think they want to get... Recognizing na nandito yung VR Universal na gusto na lang kumuha ng mga third-party kills, ng accessory kills para sa kanilang team. They want to get out as fast as possible. But I think V3F is gonna be the one getting killed in this situation. They're out in the open crawling. And V3F is out. And VR was just there the entire time. It's like hunting deer, man. You just wait in a certain spot and you just wait for the best moment to strike. And it seems like they did. And AAB is striking as well. Dito sa NGE, the other squad in this situation. Nate is gonna go through. That's gonna be one low player para dito sa NGE. And NGE has a decision to make. Is this gonna be them just abandoning this town and giving it dito sa AAP? AAP, this would be a really good spot if they can get it off the hands of NGE, New Generation Esports. What's the decision here?
Man. I mean, AAP have the perfect spot para ma-solidify yung kanilang lead against NGE. Storyline, definitely in this town ngayon. If NGE could have actually found AAP faster than they found them, then edi sana may mas maganda silang spot para makuha yung kanilang 4th place finish dito, mga kaibigan. Pero mukhang Archangel Predator, mas maganda yung naging position na tinake nila. Mas naging aware sa positioning ng NGE and are ready, prime and ready para ma-push itong house. Dahil Nielty, he's already falling dito kay CJ. Yung isa mga consistent forces para sa AAP at hindi sila tapos. Nahanap din si Young B. 2 picks, 3 para sa NGE. Isa na lang ang natitira sa kanila. Pero hinahabol pa rin ng AAP. Siya yung prey sa Predators na pumapasok sa loob ng bahay.
Ooh.
Just like that, when NGE had secure of town, they lost it kasi nandito ang Archangel Predator.
Grabe, AAP needs to get out of this town though. They need to get the finishes and just get out of this situation. They got the points, they got the possible placements in this final circle. Pero hindi pa patay ang NGE dito. Havoc starting to move up as well, but it is only one member. But This is a really bad spot para dito sa AAP once again, caused by the white circle. They are blocked by a mountain in this rotation, so they're either going to be forced to go right, which DNL has full vision on, or go left and try and force itong STV2 out of their position to get a better spot within the circle. So it's a dilemma para na naman dito sa AAP. Phase 5 of the circle, they need to make a decision or else may iwan na naman sila dito outside of the top 10. There's still 12 teams in this situation. Makan Semeru's getting poked from GNL from that really good spot. I mean, no one can possibly flank them dito, pare. The blue zone is right behind them to protect from any of the flank dito, and they're just gonna backfill. 2-tap, kind of bumping his bumper right in front of the rock, but he is A-okay. And he's just gonna pick up his teammates. 2-tap. 2-tap, come on. Come on, guys. We're playing for third here. Oh, what happened? AAP.
Two-tap siya.
AP randomly destroyed the team.
Yeah, it's NGE, and that's actually one of the teams that found them
What?
inside
GNL?
town. They actually put the finishing touches, but GNL, they're getting
Too fast,
eliminated by Makan Semeru. They already got position doon sa underhill.
Oh, that was too fast, man.
Na-punish agad. Yung GNL masyadong mabilis yung pag-rotate nila dito, not knowing yung kung sino yung nagsasurvey around that area, but the action just does not stop. GE are getting countered by E36. Nahanap ni XQ1. Itong si Cloris, yung isa sa mga pinakamalaki ng kill count dito sa ating leaderboard, mga kaibigan.
PR's right behind them.
Kung na-finalize pa nga ito, XQ1, he's still flying around the mollies and finding Utah as well. Yung top 1 in terms of kill count, nawala na parang bula against E36. And the other end of things, yung Makan Semeru na eliminated na din, but what a perfect execution sa dalawang players ng Genius Esports on their own home.
Ooh, AAP in such a prime spot in this one. Pag nawala dito ang Damwon Kia, they have the high ground. STV2 is gonna get taken out as well, pero DK, they're gonna start to move in. CJ is gonna take down KMF. Nako po, they should expect that there's gonna be a push coming in here anytime soon, but Havoc, you have one player right then and there, but they do not check it in time. Damwon, they need to look right behind you, my friend. Smoke is gonna go down. That's a big nade. That's a big nade para dito sa DK, and that's gonna make them separate. Killua from the backside, from the ground, and they do not know where that nade came from, pare. It came from right behind Hunter. They're trying to go for the finish, pero tinecheck pa nila yung corner dito. Nakuha na nga si XL Kiza. That means Triple A is gonna be out. AAP back in third place in this game. GNL left behind in the dust, pare, and it seems like the Filipinos are fighting for control within the zone with the help of Killua. The secret agent para dito sa AAP. Nakikita ba siya dito? Spray is gonna go down. Evil Patrick is gonna help itong si Killua get this kill para sa kanyang team. Mad Dog though, just looking above the horizon. He's gonna get one. Mental's down. DK! Are you gonna give this spot? Mad Dog's gonna be low. He's gonna have to be forced to press Z and just crawl to get away with his life. Nades are gonna start to fly. Zest is gonna get game on. And it seems like GE is fighting another team on the other side of the map. It is just pure fighting. Dito sa phase number 6. Evil Patrick is gonna get Killua though. Oh no, their friend is down. That means Damwon has a bit of space dito. Oh!
No!
None!
Predator, doon sila gusto! That's where they want to go! Gusto nila lumaban, kaya lumalaban na lang sila against the Korean teams. Na lang, Nan! Walang hesitation! Eliminate yung top 2 team para makuha nyo yung top 2 seed dito. Nan, sobrang lapit dito sa Damwon Kia. Konti na lang, konting push. Punta dito sa mga players. Damwon Kia! Eliminate ng Archangel Predator! Ang killing spree para makuha nila yung kanilang position dito. Top 4 na ang buhay pa rin dito sa ating Miramar map. Pero sobrang aggressive ng CJ and friends. Yung AAP buhay pa rin. Knockdown yung isa sa mga players nila pero okay lang yan. Ang ganda ng positioning na dito. Kayang-kaya nilang labanan yung Magic Esports. They have the high ground. They have cover. But sobrang lapit ni CJ sa kamatayan.
Nako, oh my god, AAP.
And just as I say, man, lumalabas yung random deaths para sa AAP. Isa na lang para sa kanila. Pero what the hell just happened?
Nan's got a clutch up here. I don't think he can pop it in time. He's just gonna die to zone. All that work, AAP, it's so anticlimactic, but at the same time, Chris, they secure third place. Away, the fight for second place is more hype for the win itself, that is for sure. But MG and SGDV2 looking for their second win for both sides. Both already with one respective chicken dinners para sa dalawang team natin dito. But now it is a 3v4. But definitely numbers are not going to be a factor when one is out of defensively with this SGD wraparound. But Magic Esport, they have the high ground. They have the better position.
Wala to para sa SDDB2. Even though Magic Esports, they have the high ground here, they could just tap on towards SDBB2. Wala na dito yung Pilipino, kaya bumabalik na lang sa favor ng Magic Esports. Pero hold on, Mr. Flack, nakuha pa rin yung beam dito kay Earth Sapalui. Pero si Rise lumabas na din para makapag-deal ng damage dito. Aoki though, sobrang close dito kay Rise. Habang yung attention nasa baba, SDBB2 nakuha naman yung pick sa Aoki. Getting majority of the spray down. Mapunta sa Magic Esports, isa na lang. Para sa kanila, si Petret na lang para kay Magic Esports. Pero Aoki and Mr. Flack, kaya pa rin nilang ibalik yung isa mga players ng SCDV2 para maging 3 versus 1. Walang time si Petret para ibalik yung dalawa niyang teammates na knockdown. Ang daming time para makapag-heal back up itong mga players ng SCDV2. And they're gonna try to put the final finishing touches dito kay Pedret ngayon. Tinatry na lang i-headshot tong si KSMZ para masolidify yung magiging 2 versus 3 natin. Hinahanap na lang yung isa sa mga knockdown para sa Magic Esports. Hinahabol na lang kung si Petret habang si Earthsapalui talagang nagko-crawl na lang sa kamatayan niya. Si IMP at saka si Aoki controlling the high ground, controlling the death of Earthsapalui. Talagang si Petret na lang. It's just gonna be Petret para ma-clutch up yung
You know exactly where he is too.
Big tag. The dig, 67 damage dito kay Pedret. At inahabol na lang ni IMP. Nade papunta dito sa tree. Pero it's not gonna be enough damage dito pa lang. Uminom ng energy drink. Pero nawala na siya ng energy. Dahil ang SGDV2 kinuha ang pangalawang chicken dinner.
They get their second chicken dinner, and what I noticed for them is the balance of all of the kills that they get in terms of points, and then as well as 2 placements for as one of the top teams here. They've been very consistent, whether it's gonna be in Erangel or in Miramar. It's a well-deserved win for SDV2. Talagang nakuha nila yung win, AAP, and almost a great effort for them to take top 3 in terms of the position. Pero yun nga, in terms of all of the surroundings, they did not expect na lang din teams to have already taken the higher ground. And SGD V2, pangalawang chicken dinner na nila, at least 2 in the map of Miramar. And they're the ones that, in terms of the teams na we expected to shine in Miramar because of their sheer comfort pagdating sa kills, and then as well as their patience play pagdating naman sa mga placements nila. Dad Femina, I have a question. It was a very kumbaga nakakabang 2v2 in terms of teams, right? Magic Esport and then as well as SDV2. What do you think was going on in Magic Esports heads nung time na yon when they were being attacked then from the lower ground of SDV2?
I think it was the overcomplacency na parang nandun yung confidence. Okay, we have the higher ground, we have the better position. Pero when all of your focus is on the lower ground players of STTV2, then you're leaving yourself room for the flank coming in for one of these players. And man, I just gotta say, man, that flank was just huge from SDDV2. It was to pull away attention from that lower ground, and now doon na ngayon sa last shot na binigay ng flanker dito from SDDV2 gave a window of opportunity para makuha yung kanilang chicken dinner. Nakuha nila yung pedal stone nila, yung dalawang nasa high ground na after nila ma-spray down because of that flanking member. Then, yung nag-iisa na nagpa-flank din papunta sa SGDV2, then he was nowhere to be found. Wala tuloy naging backup yung mga dalawang nasa higher ground natin, which gave that best chance for SGDV2 to gain their second chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I loved what Sneaky Frog said during the last moments of AAP. Okay lang. I mean, it might not have been a chicken dinner, but they have secured 3rd place, overtaking now GNL Esports with all of their creative wins, diba? With all of the chicken dinners, because one of their priorities would be the kills. Second to Genius Esports, they have an 83 point in terms of their kills. right? And placements at 33, while minsan they just secure third or fourth pagdating sa mga past Erangel and Miramar maps natin. Now, what can you say na tatlo na lang ang points dito na kailangan habulin ng AAP for them to get number 2? And we're down to the last map, Sneaky Frog.
Uh, Man, they should just go for it at this point. Whatever they can dito sa match number 5. Especially how much of a banger it was supposed to be. But AAP could not recover in time. They could not pop the meds kasi nandun na nga Magic Esports for the capitalization. But at least we did get top 3. We are in the medal. We are on pole. How would you say this? Not pole position pala, no? Like, we are in third place. That's still a big thing, no? Kasi this is the
Bronze
16 best teams dito sa APAC region that we can possibly offer dito sa Predator, and they are actually flourishing dito sa ating game. But now Damwon is in danger if they can do the exact same dito sa Miramar, because they looked infinitely more comfortable in this Miramar game compared dito nga sa mga games na nakikita natin from them dito sa Erangel. So maybe this is the opportunity for Archangel to capitalize for second place, and Damwon Kia, you know, they're playing a lot more passive dito sa ating game, but they're also getting the high kills. So the competition for second place is getting hotter and hotter. And it is just up to execution at this point for match number 5. And hopefully Archangel can do so.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Archangel Predator, no, we had our eyes on CJ in day number 2 and day number 1. He had the highest kill count out of all of the team members of AAP. But this time, Nan is showing up, and basically for each of the maps, all throughout the 4 rounds, pakonti ng pakonti, pa-increase ng pa-increase yung kill count niya for the team. And what can you say about Nan's performance? Especially, yun nga, parang he is one of the team members na may impact because he pushes forward, but he pulls back to ensure that he gets the kills.
That's when you know yung calculations nitong si Nan for AAP. We already know them to be one of the more aggressive teams natin, pero who actually does the calculations whenever that you would pull in and out of a fight, right? We could expect somebody like Nan to be the ones who's calling the shots for that fight. It's very, impressive and influential to have that kind of player who can contain himself whenever he would go all out sa lahat ng mga laban nyo. And with a player like Nan, you can have the right amount of all-out fights and the right amount as well of knowing when to run away from a fight. Kasi minsan survival is more important than getting the most amount of kills. This time though, Archangel Predator, they proved to be the Predator this time around. Top 2 finish ulit para sa ating leaderboard. And I'd say it's pretty good. It's pretty decent ulit to say the least. Konti na lang, mabibreach na yung chicken dinner. And I think if they do get chicken dinner eventually for Archangel Predator, hope you. Mali mo naman dito sa ating final match kung saan makakatikim na tayo ng chicken adobo for this time around.
Yun nga, I think out of all of the 14 matches that we've witnessed from AAP, they might not have gotten any chicken dinners, which yun nga si CJ was saying, or at least they were looking at they were saying during the interview na sana makakuha kami ng chicken dinner. But I think even without that, right, without the 10 points, they're still making it on their own. They're very creative as well, and very resilient pagdating sa mapa. 2 matches na nakita na natin na almost chicken dinner na sila, but it's just taken away from them. But still, you take what you can get, right? 5 points in this last one, and even 6 points kanina nung nakita natin sa Erangel. So salutes to them for getting that. But hopefully we close this out with a chicken adobo dinner for AAP so that we can overtake Damwon Gaming in their second place spot. Actually, na-notice ko rin na medyo malaki din yung lead for top 4 at the moment. I think that's 10 points na para habulin nila. And I'm looking forward to the last Miramar map because magbabalik kami for match number 15. Before that, we will just take this time to thank our sponsors for making this happen. Predator Gaming, Intel, and Planet 9. And meron din tayong Dota 2 stream. I'm not too sure if it's already done, but we have giveaways there. 5 Predator loot bags and as well as a Cestus mouse up for grabs if you view that Dota 2 stream. So, pero wag din kayong aalis dito because we will be right back for the final match, which is Miramar, so don't go away.
AAP!
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh.
The fight for the top 2 spot is here because I think the first rank has already been secured by Genius Esport with a total of 5 chicken dinners. But now Miramar is going to define who will be top 2 and who will be top 3 here at Predator League 2022. We are down to our last match. And ako ay kinakabahan din para sa Archangel Predator because they have 3 points para habulin dito ang Damwon Gaming pagdating sa Miramar map natin. So ngayon, we already talked about this kanina. AAP, medyo copium tayo offline when it came to AAP's performance. But now, are you hoping for a chicken dinner finally for match 15, Dad Femina?
You know what? At the most, chicken dinner para sa AAP, that would make me very happy to sleep later tonight. Pero at the least, makakuha man lang ng at least mga, let's say, 5 points. Okay na ako dun. As long as ma-eliminate agad yung Damwon Kia, okay na ako as a Pinoy, okay na ako as an analyst. AAP have done a really solid job all throughout APAC Predator League Japan 2022, and in this grand final this has been their best performance as of recent years ever since they picked up the new pickups dito sa ating Predator, sa ating Archangel Predator. They have shown up and down performances before leading up to this sa grand finals ngayon ng APAC Predator League 2022. I'm just really happy as a Filipino to see them thriving ngayon. Even though they're not top 1, they're still one of the top tier teams in APAC, and that is one huge performance.
Definitely. And I think even for our parallel universe, diba, we also have the Dota 2 stream. We're seeing 2 Filipino teams in the grand finals. And here naman in PUBG, close second dito ang Archangel Predator. But Sneaky Frog, I know we have a lot of Pinoy pride rushing through our veins right now because konting-konti na lang maaabutan na ng AAP ang Damwon Kia. But since we are here in the map of Miramar, they did so well. Top 3 sila in terms of placement in match number 4 for the day. For match number 5, given that Mad Dog is doing a lot in terms of all of the poking and as well as all of the scouting for the team, what else naman can we say for Nan and Evil Patrick's performance together with CJ?
Yeah, I think itong day na to, this entire day, para dito kay Nan and kay Evil Patrick, with the exception of that one bad game, galing dito sa AAP, has actually been a really good day. Especially with the last fight with Damwon doon nga sa may hillside natin, Nan and Evil Patrick. The first one's in doon sa fight na yon, and that really offset yung tempo siguro dito ng Damwon that they were supposed to just inch slowly papunta ka dito sa napakagandang spot dito ng AAP. And CJ and Mad Dog with the alternate angle. Yun nga, I know it's risky to play yung 2-2 setup nga, the buddy system na nakikita natin dito. Pero yung execution dito ng Archangel, it seems that especially up. And I think both teams are kind of hoping to see each other dito sa ating mga phase 5 and 6 zones. So hopefully they do see each other kasi the fight for second place is definitely on in this one. And it would be a really good show sana kung sila pa yung dalawa nakita dito.
Definitely. I think a minimum of 15 points because we all know how Damwon Kia does play the map of Miramar, and I hope the neighboring countries of the Philippines will form an alliance against the Korean teams, GNL and Damwon Kia. Pero we'll have to see in match number 15. All the excitement is here as we will see. Sana AAP will finish strong at second. Well, casters take it away.
Alright mga kaibigan, pinaka-final na match natin all throughout the finals dito sa APAC Predator League 2022. Ang nag-iisang chance para ma-solidify ng AAP ang top 2 spot nila. Malaki yung grind dahil kailangang habulin yung Damwon Kia. Pero dahil sa sobrang liit ng pagitan, konting-konti na lang, makukuha nila yung second place prize at syempre, nandito na ang journey.
And yun na nga, Damon just playing their usual drop dito sa may La Cobreria. And I think they're gonna occupy some of the areas dito sa may Oasis as well. So definitely loot is gonna be on their side. As of the moment, they have that entire area by themselves. But there is gonna be a hot drop from RJ and MCG once again meeting. Nako po, this is like the third time they've seen each other in this entire tournament. Same spot as well. They're just gonna fight for it. I mean, RJ has nothing to lose. And etong MG, they're like, oh no, not again. MCG.
Tara na sa catering.
Tara na sa catering, that's for sure. But at the same time, it's really scary to go up against a team that has nothing to lose, pare. They are just gonna go for any crazy push. So MCG has to expect the unexpected galing dito sa side ng Rascal Jester. And it's definitely gonna be a bloody one, man.
I wanted to point this out na they're sharing a bit of loot compared to Rascal Jester na meron na ring loot sa kabilang side din ng itong street natin, mga kaibigan. So, meron din silang sandwich position right after they get the loot. They can sandwich yung MCG players and they're already aware of the positions anyway. So I wanna take the fight over towards Marco Gaming ngayon just to rack up a bit of points, just to have a bit of fun. At this point, when you're a lower tier team, then you are playing to have fun dito sa ating final match ng Miramar. Kaya, kailan malalabas ang Rascal Jester? Naku po, mukhang lalabas na ang mga bala para sa Marco Gaming. Lumalabas na ang pag-spray palabas dito sa ating window, mga kaibigan, habang nagnanavigate pa rin ang Rascal Jester kung saan nila ipupush ang Marco Gaming. Pero naku po, natanggal na naman si Vuelo na naging first blood kanina sa ating fourth match. Sa ating fifth one, baka makasunod ulit si Vuelo.
Vuelo now down for his team, easily the best player for Rascal Jester. But now it is gonna be up to his teammates to get him back up, and it seems like he is back up. Hindi nag-push masyado dito ang MCG, and I think they just want to secure itong 11th place, maybe even get itong 10th place off of the noses or under the noses of a VR. But still, they're playing this one really careful, man. Walang over-push, walang over-aggression. They're just trying to see if they can get that headshot, and if they're in a better position, they can go in for the strike. But MCG already 1 foot out of the door, but with the exception of Dao Yanzong, who's actually right behind the enemy lines.
Ay, nako po, RJ, have to be careful. Lalabas na sila dito sa backdoor, but I mean, in the context of flipping the coin, they actually flipped heads dahil hindi sila nakapag-push dito kay Dao Yanzong, which ultimately, hindi naman sinasabi na he wasted his time. But the purpose of this is to actually cut off yung Rascal Jester. They were trying to get out of the backdoor, but they want to actually push the front lines papunta dito sa Marco Gaming, who are split up dito. Parman, ayun, na-knockdown tong si Isaac at Tatayga. At Parman, konti na lang, mapapatay na yung isa mga players ng Marco Gaming. At habang nangyayari yung mga aksyon sa front line, eto si Dao Yanzong, tinatry na lang makapag-respond sa aksyon galing dito sa Rascal Jester. First blood already struck on towards Marco Gaming, while Rascal Jester, they're pushing on the back foot here. Mukhang low na low si Dao Yanzong, 1 HP in a dream, pero nakapag-turn around na nga ng sitwasyon dito kay Kim Goni. 1-for-1 trade dito para sa Marco Gaming, pero kaya pa rin ibalik ng Rascal Jester ng buhay ang isa mga players nila. Pinupush na lang ang low member na to, si Dao Yanzong, at galing sa pump action shotgun na pump out of his life itong si Dao Yanzong.
And that's Kim Goni already gone, but that is a 1-for-1 para dito sa Rascal Jester. And MCG already down to 2 members, man. Kim Goni, he's still down. He's providing information para sa kanyang team. He's right here. Wesker is gonna get crazy. Bobby, the shotguns are gonna start to do some damage, and we are only seeing shotguns in this situation. The S18 with the pump action. But Marco still live and alive dito si So QQ. Smoke grenade is gonna go down. And they're gonna try to see if they can get Kim Goni out of danger. Crazy Bobby as well in the same boat, but the push is gonna come in. Galing dito kay Wesker. Is that gonna be the pre-fire? And yes, it will. That's gonna prevent itong res papunta dito kay Crazy Bobby. So Crazy Bobby is gonna go down.
Nag-iisa na lang para sa Marco Gaming. He's just holed up sa taas ng restaurant natin. And so QQ, siya pa naman yung isma naging consistent forces para sa Marco Gaming, but Rascal Jester already striking first blood papunta dito sa mga players ng MCG at isang kill na lang, ma-annihilate nila ang buong Marco Gaming squad. But AAP, they're already dealing damage papunta sa shooterang on the other side of things. But hold on, now Rascal Jester coming up the stairs. Pero
So
dito,
QQ.
nakita ko na ang sitwasyon na to. Nilabas na shotgun,
Little
pero
Uzi Vert.
lumabas na din ang window. Etong si So QQ, tamang Assassin's Creed lang to. And So QQ, babalik pa ba dito? Kukuha ng pangalawa? Now, lalabas na at Marco Gaming eliminated, annihilated by Rascal Jester.
That's our boys right there. They're doing so well in these past few games, and Rascal Jester at least going out with a fight in this tournament, taking MCG down with them. But we do shift our attention dito sa AAP, already getting 2 members, now only 1 point away from second place, and in a really good spot in this zone dito sa may Puerto Paraiso.
Uy,
Grabe naman.
what a shot.
Stock could be coming. Nan, this guy has been really contributing a lot para dito sa AAP. And now with the snipers, kind of showing CJ how the ropes are going para sa kanya dito. And GE, they're getting reduced as well, but does it matter? Probably not.
Nah. At this point, you just... even if mamamatay ka na maaga, edi bigyan mo na lang ng picks yung iba pa. Eh, mag-donate
My
na
teammate
lang.
dies early, I will make fun of them 100%. At this point, if I'm this ahead, I'm be like, wow. Guess we gotta kick you, man.
Ganyan nga si Sneaky Frog, guys. Kalaro ko to sa sa PUBG. Tapos ganyan nga siya. Kapag early ako namamatay, pero hold on, nagpupush na yung AAP at yung fellow Predators nila.
That's 2,
Na-eliminate
baby!
agad ang shooter. That's 2 kills. And it's enough para makuha yung number 2. Pero can they hold on? Kaya ba nilang i-maintain yung kanilang top 2 spot? With GE now back on the rope. What? The grenade galing dito kay Jayers. Attack all around. Stay true to
It's
their
the
name.
revenge. It's the revenge, man.
All around Genius Esports, ito yung revenge na nilalabas nila all throughout the 3 days that we had sa Grand Finals. It has been Genius Esports knocking down yung AAA every single time. Pero mukhang
5 HP si
nata-turn around
Simon.
the tables yung sitwasyon. 5 HP si Simon T. Pwedeng habulin ng AAA, pero it does not matter. Na knockdown, namatay na agad yung dalawa nilang players. Pwede rin patayin tong si Zest para ma-finalize yung last kill. Pero Simon T, a matter of time before
Simon needs a
mamatay na
miracle
rin siya
here.
dahil ang daming mga players ng attack all around na pwede siyang patayin.
Yep, needs to reload everything, drink all the meds that he has, and see what can he do in this situation. Attack all around. Are they just gonna opt in for the escape? Grabe naman yung presence ni Simon T, even making 2 players quake. Hayaan na lang yan. Simon T is looking for the kill though, man. He is still looking at 200 para sa kanyang team dito. But Simon T, man, he's just gonna be calming down. No, wala masyadong push galing dito sa side ng GE. Instead, they're the ones getting pushed in. But definitely, if you are in a car, this guy can beam you, no problem. But that could be bad news. Look at the positioning, the use of the bush para hindi siya makita dito. He's gonna start running forward. That's gonna be a free beam to one of the players. But is he gonna land his shots?
Oh,
Pero
mamatay pa siya!
AA! Oh! Jayers! Kanina pa pala si Jayers dun sa compound. He was like, what is this guy doing? Kasi naman pala, GE, the first place team is out, but they're gonna stay first place with a comfortable, how much is that, 70? 70 points. Jesus.
70 points. Actually, feeling ko, the only way that AAP will be able to overcome yung
They
top
wipe
1
out the
spot
entire server.
is if they wipe out everybody. Tapos place number 1 dito sa ating final
Need
match
at
natin.
least
But
like
that's
4 kills. No, that's not even enough, man. If you kill the entire server,
That's
actually,
not
48 plus 10, that's 58 points. And you need like 70
Hindi rin.
para mahabol dito, pare. Grabe talaga.
So
These
wala
esports,
pa- so
just
wala
sealing
pa
the
rin.
lead. They're already celebrating, man. Nakahawak na sila sa trophy at this point.
hawak nila yung mga kamay nila sa isa't isa. Hawak na din nila yung kanilang isip. Ano yung bibilin ko sa 75,000 USD? Diba?
Damn.
Eh, yun yung pinakauna kong gagawin kung mananalo ka ng first place prize.
That's like, let me make this right, 4.2 million pesos for the context para sa mga Pilipino natin. So that is 1 million per player. Meron pang onte kasi may 290k pa nasama.
Bigay mo sa coach.
Bibigay na lang sa coach. Coach, here's a sick 100k. Ayun na nga. Doing such a great job. I mean, whoever is coaching GE, man, full credit sa'yo, my friend. I mean, the way that this team actually plays, they're gonna be a threat the next time we do see the next main event para dito sa PUBG rolls around.
Oh, what a nade, man. Again, the rivalry between MCS at MG. Something that we also need to highlight then kasi every single time they exchange team kills all around. Now, who will have the final lap? MCS ba or MG? Naku po, na-whittle down na yung numbers ng both sides dito. Pero MG look like they will fall down to the hands of Archangel Predator. They want the fish and they want the whole battle itself. Mad Dog putting the final finishing touches dito kay Trick. Nade papunta kay Rise, galing dito sa MCS. Nako, tinutulungan ang Makanse Meru para ma-eliminate yung isa sa mga pinakamalapit sa leaderboard ng AAP. Nade palabas dito kay Earth Zapalui, pero buti na lang na overhead siya.
Underhand with the nade. Is he gonna get hit with something? NGE poking from so far away with those snipers, but AAP starting to roll up and they're behind and they do have cover from the enemy team as well. Non-collecting itong si Teddy for another point para sa kanila dito. Nako po, up, or rather 3 points ahead na ang AAP dito sa Damwon Kia. But now they just have to find the last player left alive and they have to be careful that NGE is poking from really far away. Pero andito na, Rets, the final person left alive in that entire skirmish. Magic Esport, maybe his last drink, maybe his last meal. And AAP, are they looking in the grass because there is a snake ready to bite at their heels? Nan, he has to be careful. He's just running into the striking zone of our player, si Rets, and he is just ducking left and right. Nan, you need to get this. Buti na lang dito si Evil Patrick. CJ rolling in on the forehand, but the reaction time para dito kay Nan was not enough. 1 HP si Raze. Sasagasahan pa nila dito. The push is real. What a shot dito kay CJ. Raze ruining the dreams of AAP, and this could be NGE capitalizing on it. They are in big danger. NGE. Ilang members pa sila dito? Meron pa silang 3. They can definitely capitalize on the mistake that AAP had, but still AAP extending their lead to 5.
Kaya pa to. Kaya pa to. Look, they already are giving themselves a bit more time. May kaya pa to. Kaya pa to i-revive. Nirevive na nila yung 3 nilang players dito. So kaya pang i-reposition yung mga players ng AAP. Baka mag-gatekeep pa nga lang do na mga players ng NGE dito, lalo na nagba-backfill na lang yung AAP nasa loob ng blue zone, habang yung iba pang mga players dito sa teams sa loob ng ating circle. Nako, tamang chillings na lang si VT Fox in the middle of everything. Sobrang lapit din dito sa ating loot box, and ever that STVB2 also want to contest it. I'll eat 36 as well. Now they're in the middle stages of our circle, man. You gotta respect the grind. Although they're not the best of teams to come out dito sa ating leaderboard, they have proven to be one of the, I guess, side characters of our, if it was a PUBG movie, diba?
They need to ramp it, bro. You can see the ramp right there. I can feel it. They need a motorcycle and they need to scale it. Grabe naman. At least for Star-Lord, man. He's always ahead of his team. So, basically, chillin' ang Enter Force at the moment at the back of the zone. They're at the coast, so that means the option for a flank is not viable unless you do want to get shot in the water. But AAP, opting in for the long way around on towards the highway side. But they have to be careful na meron mga teams dito sa loob ng mga buildings natin that can definitely beam them out of the cars real quick. So they have to take this one slow and they actually look for some of the other players that are trying to get into the zone itself and just straight up fight them.
For a lot of these players dito, I'm looking at Mental again. We've been talking about him all throughout the event, being one of the Swiss Army knives ngayon para sa Damwon Kia. At this time, parang medyo quiet siya ngayon.
Oh! RJ! Nandito na yung backup!
Mawawala dahil nandito na yung backup for NGE. All 3 players knocked down, make it 4, eliminated na sa New Generation Esports. They pulled an AAP
Respect
on
to you,
NGE.
soldier.
Kaso nga lang, nawala tuloy sa kanila yung timing. AAA though, again, having a gunfight against GNL Esports.
Oh, GNL, if GNL's out.
They're on the back foot ngayon. AAA, they're gonna get knocked down ngayon. Si Taegun mawawala. 2 players ng NGE. They're trying to fight back against GNL. This is the perfect spot para ma-lockdown yung number 2 at number 3 spot for both AAP and DK. So they have to find Hammer right here, who is running away from danger ngayon. Naku po, sayang, pero all good in the hood.
Grabe, they're trying to see if they can find their fellow Koreans dito sa may bundok area natin. DK looking for the gatekeeper. GNL just playing within the zone itself, trying to dodge as much as possible. 2 na lang natitira para sa side nila, and that could give them at least a little bit of a bump to chip away at the lead of AAP. Pero Damwon, He's just
Nice
wondering
stuff.
why is this guy just circling around? Like, what's going on? It's mental. Oh, grabe.
Alright.
Alright, Hammer. Trust me on this one, buddy. Just die to zone. Trust me, I think that's the best decision. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Just
VR
don't
though.
let anybody else
Look at how
die.
many teams.
Diba? Wag mo bigyan.
AAA.
Ooh.
They're a bit in a bad zone, huh? This is like basically a truce between itong DK and ang VR to trap itong AAA dito sa may highway natin. So that's a lot of danger. It is between itong si Under and some of the members here of VR. But VR is getting pelted from the backside as well. Grabe naman ni NGE. As soon as they see a head pop out of the corner, instantly the shots are gonna come through. But STV2 chicken dinner in that earlier game, but now they are gonna face itong AAP in the phase 4 circle. AAP, you need to run through them and then quickly get back up because the zone is getting smaller, man. But Yanko 2 off does get itong si Zosfatek. That's one Malaysian down para dito sa VR, but they only have one more left. Attack all around, opting in to just rotate dito sa mas favorable na side ng ating zone, pero mukhang may nakita silang isa dito, and that is gonna be Zosfatek finally gonna go down. One player left, but can they even see him? I think nakita yata yung paa. Maybe a backpack. Maybe something is sticking out, but attack all around. They're starting to chip away at DK as well. Oh my god, attack all around. Come on, friends. You got this. This is the best chance.
Pag namatay yung DK, di
just kill the
talagang
bad
mas
guy now.
lalayo. Yung may
God!
lead for AAP. Nag-push na tong si Yanko 2 up, pero si Kimon ang mananalo dito. Nako, VR. Yung mga lower tier teams, ito yung tutulong sa AAP and everybody else
Where's
on the
the
top
cars?
spot. If they can finally find yung mga top tier players, then
NGE!
they can solidify their positions dito. NGE though, they find a pick dito kay Impact and E36. They take the pick of their own. Nakuha ng E36 yung mga kill points dito na steal away para sa mga top tier teams. And this is good kasi that means AAP and DK, they keep a lot of their team points ngayon, solidifying their position dito sa top 2, number 3 spot. Something that I've always been putting emphasis on time and time again. AAA though, they're also getting locked down dahil nandito na ang Havoc. Papasok na din ang new generation
no wheels
esports.
on that
Si
car,
Under na
man.
nag-iisa doon sa kabilang side na binabeam na agad habang nag-rotate pa lang sila doon sa kabilang side ng circle, mga kaibigan. Havoc already falling down to the hands of these players right here. And damn
It's
one
gonna
Kia,
expose their position though.
you have to
Ooh,
find them.
K-Mon's gone.
Sobrang exposed sila.
Yeah, PTF starting to collect as well. Kilo was gonna go down to E36, who were in the zone prior. Kilo was gonna go down. Points are starting to dwindle, but still, it is definitely a
CJ.
gap. CJ looking for the kill dito sa likod. If they get this position, galing kay V3F, they have the best spot in the zone. Nades are gonna start to fly. Mad Dog is gonna throw his own as well. If that lands within the window, that's gonna be good news. Molotovs are gonna start. Pop flash papunta sa taas. CJ looking for this one, but
CJ?
wala siyang helmet dito, pare, so medyo vulnerable ang AAP dito. V3F though, losing a member. NGE is out. That's 3 points going in the way of DK, and it's still 3 points in between the members here. CJ near the broken half wall. Nako po, it does go for the pot shots, but does decide to back off. Tamang poke and run lang ang ginagawa dito ng AAP. Fortunately, that was a flash. Does not hurt dito ang AAP. Nades once again are gonna start to fly. V3 Fox, nasa na ang SGDV2 in this entire madness. They
Naku
decide
po.
to go for AAP in this one. Mad Dog's gonna go down, but Pete, naku po, nakita siya dito ni Evil Patrick, but it is gonna be AAP sandwich in this situation. 2 players left alive para sa side nila, and one person's gonna get finished. CJ, oh my god, he's gonna go down as well. Evil Patrick is dead. Si Nan na lang natitira. He's gonna have to get an insane clutch going. You know, Medkit, the only thing is gonna save him at this point. Yuno has the angle, but does he have the shot? The jiggle peak, 20 HP. Yuno, very, very low. Nako po. V3F with the push. Oh, but Nan is gonna get hurt as well. Nade is gonna go through. He's gonna have to run the other direction. But the repeat galing dito kay Nan. It's
Okay.
gonna work, but
Ah.
AAP is out. Second place is up for grabs para dito sa DK. And nako po. What a heartbreak para dito sa AAP. Getting caught in the middle of everything by the 13th place team. V3F denying them the victory. That could have been
Sayang.
given to them. The silver medal, hindi pa nabibigyan sa kanila dito. It was around their neck almost if they do get that situation going. But DK going in. Someone needs to kill DK right now. And that's not the bias talking.
Laki. Sobrang, yeah, that's definitely not. Kasi at this point, DK are playing this perfectly. Yung time, talagang on their side pa rin. Hindi nila kailangang i-pressure yung sarili nila. They don't need to get overly aggressive on anything. Alam na natin na ang DK mahilig mag-play ng passive, playing reactively. Where V3 Fox, they're in the middle of the crosshairs of Damwon Key, and Fox is gonna let rolling.
Ooh, you know.
Pero you know, 6 at least na trade-off ang 1-for-1 dito kay Percy na nawala.
Ooh,
Going
Under's
as well
dead.
to follow dito kay Under, and they're dealing damage into sa DK. Hopefully, mahanap ng V3 Fox yung kills dito sa Damwon Kia. Pero isa pa lang, yung na-knockdown nila dito.
Loki.
Konti na lang.
Oh my God.
Final finishing touches nila, yung mga players dito sa Damwon Kia habang ginagamit ng nades para
2v2.
maibalik itong si Under back to life. It's a 2v2. V3 Fox trying to navigate on forward, pero may blue zone nakakain dito kay Percy.
That's one.
Nako, Damwon Kia are giving them some space para makapagkuha ng mga members nila back alive and well. Havoc though, they're
Oh,
responding.
they're on,
Alam nila
bro.
kung saan galing yung mga DK players, so they're responding. Nakaamoy sila agad na Korean players at nahanap yung dalawang players ni Mentor at saka si Loki. Isa na lang para sa DK and they're eliminated. Solidified ang number 2 spot. Top 4 na lang.
Is it actually? I'm not so sure. Is the kills or is the points gonna be the priority? Is the placement? We are gonna go into the scoreboard later on after this game to discuss it. Pero yun na nga. It seems like Damwon might have just sealed second place, but still AAP third. That's not a bad effort from the boys over from PH. And GNL has quite the gap right in front of them, but the numbers are dwindling para dito sa ating server. I do not think it is possible for them to get anything going unless they get all the kills in this one and a chicken dinner. But with 2 players left, that is looking like an impossible task. And AAP might have just secured bronze in this situation.
You know what, at this point, even if they don't get the number 2 spot, okay na tayo sa number 3. Bronze medal, you do get the consolation third place cash prize, but for
800K?
GNL, they don't want to settle for 4th place. They want to try to kill Havoc para makahabol dito sa AAP, pero nahabulan agad ng Havoc. Napatay ni 80s ang dalawang players ng GNL. And top 3 already laid out. STDV2,
for funsies,
yung
top 3.
kanina na nakapag-chicken dinner, yung Havoc na yet to get another one dito sa ating Miramar map. Yung E36 na kanina pang nag-hold out for so long. 6 kills in the bag. Not enough to get or to breach number 8 dito. But at least they can affect yung ating leaderboard, mga kaibigan. Smoke sa dito para kay SQ1 para mabigyan niya sarili niya ng space. SDVB2 already pushing up forward. Kaso, napakalayo ng agwat. Omochi Daten, so low on HP. He has to be careful. Kaya bumabalik na lang si XQ1 para matulungan yung mga players ng E36. Pero hold on, KMF1 already finding the pick and the kill towards Omochi Daten. E36 on the back foot ngayon dahil dito sa push ng STVV2. And they're slowly crawling in looking for their 3rd chicken dinner of this tournament.
Yep. And there it is. I think this might be the 3rd chicken dinner para dito sa SGDV2 and the final one for the entire PUBG event. Hades just poking away. And E36 in the middle of everything. At least maybe the 15th place team can finish this one off with a chicken dinner on their own. It is going to be the first one, and it is going to be the last possibly. And SGDV2, they're just gonna try to assault this building to get more control. KMF, of course, one of the best players para dito sa SGDV2. Gusto niya pumasok dito sa loob ng bahay, pero naka-sold off shotgun dito si Sylvia. Tamang takbo lang. Warning shot. Nilabas ang M4. Naka po KMF1. Great movement from the man, pero naandito na si Starlord who was outside the entire time. He needs to finish this one immediately. And he needs to get the kill to get the finish and to carry his team out of the question. Pero Starlord nakuha na rin si
Oh
Pete.
no!
All of a sudden, it is in the air kung sino man nanalo sa game na to. E36 with an effort of the gods, but E36 is gonna get eliminated. SGDV2 looking for the 3rd on the board. And Havoc as well, running. They want the 3rd party dito. Nade is gonna go through SGDV2 with still 1 casualty, but they're safe inside the house.
Kayang-kaya pang i-regain itong 3rd player for STVB2. So they're giving themselves an edge. Yung Indian team pumapasok na. Pero nandito si Aoki cutting off one of the players. And the Indians, they're gonna lose out. STVB2, they get their 3rd chicken
They got
dinner.
fifth.
Pero
Wow.
naka-lock in na yung pangatlong teams natin. We got Genius Esports on top place. AAP and DK. Malalaman pa natin kung sino yung magiging second.
I think
Oh
we
my
know who it
gosh.
is. Sisini second place, guys. I think I saw the chat. So I think it is gonna be Damwon with higher placement points. I think they kind of deserve it, no, for winning those 2 chicken dinners, and of course AAP being more of the kill-heavy team. Did not get any of the chicken dinners, but it's such a hard pick. We were 1 fight away from second place. Nice try.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately looked at the rule book when all of that was happening. I mean, binigay ng kalaban ng Damwon tuloy yung second place because they went down with 2. And in just a snap, right, that's gonna be the second place spot. Thanos snap, nawala na agad. But they're not going home without anything. They really bagged third place for AAP with a lot of those kill points. Ang laki ng difference ng kill points ng AAP versus Damwon Gaming. At least mga 20 kills ang lamang dito ng AAP. It's just that when it came down to the placement points, 2 chicken dinners, a lot of placement points for Damwon. They consistently secured 6th, 7th for some of the matches. Kaya AAP immediately brought down to 3rd place. It was a bit heartbreaking for AAP kasi they already knew that they were there. It was just that one fight that they had to survive and to thrive na hindi nila nakuha yung second place na yun. Unfortunate for the Philippine team, but still a good job for them for clawing their way from all of these skill points. Placements nila, I think the highest that they've done is top 3 or top 2 in a match. And still, syempre, nakuha pa rin ng Damwon Gaming yun. A big congratulations as well to Genius Esports for sitting comfortably at top. Nung sinabi ni Dad Feme na kanina na hindi na nila kailangan mag-effort kasi if you total all of the kills in that match, right, 64, wala na. We already have the Predator shield, and that's what we're gonna be looking at later on during the ceremony. Dad Femina, a lot has happened. 15 matches in total. A lot of upsets for some of the teams that we expected to rise. But a lot of kumbaga landslide victories for Genius Esports. Out of everything that we've witnessed so far in the 3 days, what would be your favorite?
Alam mo, kahit tatalo sila, di ba? Kahit wala tayong chicken dinner, kahit never pa tayo nagkaroon ng opportunity to get that top 1 finish, the fact that they actually got yung at least top 2 sa mga matches was what solidified para sa akin yung full Archangel Predator style, man. They go all in, sama-sama sila lagi whenever that they would need to get the pick. And that was what happened when they tried to push forward yung isa mga Korean teams natin. If not only, nandun pa rin yung GNL to steal away yung top 1 spot nila. That would have been the difference maker actually. That would have gave them 1 point para makakuha na number 2 spot, honestly.
Yeah.
Isipin mo yun Just that one thing, that 1 point na kailangan nila, it would have made the difference. Pero we're definitely glad and proud of our Filipino pride dahil yung Archangel Predator, they definitely won themselves that bronze medal with all-out aggression whatsoever, and I can feel happy sleeping at night with that in mind.
Definitely. They still have a shield na ba na pwede nilang iangat, but at least their placement points was just they fell short in terms of all of the placements out of all of the match rankings. Ang dami din kasi nilang matches that they were eliminated so early. They took on 11th place in terms of the ranking per match, and Damwon was just very consistent in terms of those placements versus, of course, AAP just being very aggressive in racking up all of those skill points. How about you, Sneaky Frog? Alam kong may paborito kang moment out of all of these. Dad Femina mentioned it's really the performance of AAP, but what highlight would you want to share with us? That would be something that you will celebrate.
I think the best one probably is yung the AAP wiping out Damwon in a very clutch situation despite dying right after. It's still quite the significant push galing dito sa AAP squad, and that kind of secured them almost second place. I mean, the difference is yung placement points nga lang, but the fact that we got here, it was a 0-point difference between the teams, and it had to be the rulebook being thrown at the AAP squad. But still, it was a nice effort. I mean, the fight for second place been intense this entire tournament. And grabe talaga. Despite GE breaking away, most people would say, oh, first place is already out of question. But I think the fight for second and third is definitely intense. And of course, it was changing hands a lot, no? Itong second, third, fourth place. And then AAA, unfortunately, broke off a bit and started dying randomly dito sa mga ibang teams natin. Of course, Secret Agent RJ is always having our back in this one. They tried kanina, actually. They tried kanina, but unfortunately, they ran into the wrong team. And yeah, I would say AAP's overall performance compared to yung performance nila from the prior tournaments, I think this is a big improvement galing sa kanila dito.
Yeah, I mean, I think highlighting the Philippine performance over some of the very dominant ones, right? Early on, I think first day, pinag-uusapan natin mga teams to beat. And they actually beat those teams. AAA finishes at top 5, or sorry, actually top 8. And GNL Esports, humabol na lang sila nung second day with a lot of the placement points, right? And a lot of the kills. While SGDV, because of their last chicken dinner, nakakuha sila ng 5th spot. But I think out of everything else, the persistence and the resiliencies of Filipinos are seen through our own team, Archangel Predator. So we celebrate that with them. And they don't go home naman without I mean, hopefully naman, they're still happy with the 15K USD and their placement in a good run actually after a year's worth of waiting for Predator League to happen here in APAC and Japan. And hopefully, yun nga, nakapila din sila sa buffet ng sushi that's waiting for them there in the hotel.
That sushi is gonna taste really good, especially with the $15,000 check right next to them, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like we have to give some room to them to celebrate, right? Dito sa ating program, meron tayong award ceremony later on, and there are some messages as well from the kumbaga the executives of PUBG. Kaya syempre, aabangan nyo yan. And this has been the Philippine coverage. Kami ay magpapaalam pa mamaya-maya, pero since everything else is happening in Japan, the Filipino casters are just gonna be witnessing everything else that's gonna be happening. Magpapasalamat kami to Predator Gaming for making this possible. Intel and Planet 9, I think ongoing pa yung Dota 2 stream. It's gonna be the grand finals of Execration versus Polaris Esports Cebu versus Manila ang labanan doon. So check that out kasi may magpapamigay ng 5 Predator loot bags and a Cestus mouse. So stay tuned. But if you are fans of Archangel Predator, syempre stay tuned dahil nag-third place sila and we're very much proud of them. And we just have to bid adieu for a while as we witness all of the interviews, all of the awarding ceremonies, and we will be right back.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that...
How do you feel about Predator League overall?
It's good.
It's good? I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Alright, so could you give some messages to your fans?
Once again, thank you to all our fans, especially in the Philippines, all the people who supported us from day one until now. Sorry we couldn't get more a chicken dinner at least, but we'll try to do best tournaments.
Alright, thank you so much. Thank you for coming here for the interview and getting back to the desk.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASDA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas Mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
Our performance today, and we all are very happy. Yes.
All right. And for round 14 and 15, you guys got 2 chicken dinners today. What do you think? What do you guys think that led you guys to do so much better today?
We try to play aggressive than the first 2 days, and today for today we got a little bit lucky for the circus, and yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, and how do you like Japan?
So far pretty good. I
Pretty
like
good?
the weather.
All right. Is there anything that you guys like particularly?
We have going to Shibuya Sky.
Oh, you went to Shibuya
Yeah.
Sky.
Then the view is very nice.
The
over
view
there.
was very nice.
Yes.
Did you guys have anything good to eat? Any good Japanese food?
Ichiran ramen.
Ichiro ramen. All right. I'm glad. Okay. Did you guys all have Ichiro ramen? Maybe? Yeah? No? Just only you? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us for the interview, and congratulations once again on the first place for day 3, getting back to the desk.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASA keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived, and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080.
New generation still full on players here as Rascal Jester is slowly dropping down. Mingsa coming in, stealing the kills away, and Predator Shute Raw, as he saw it, guess themselves 10 kills straight from the get-go. Gotta love it. They're trying to move uptown, but girl, is it not working? Seems like Baogin's last person standing for Shute Wrong here, but he does have to flank, does have to wrap around. Although he's been spotted out in the open, he's gonna go for the Hail Mary shot.
We're gonna need to see young Bill here go absolutely huge just for them to have some sort of chance. They drop Diam. This is looking pretty difficult. NG down to a single player. Neil, the only remainder, and that, my friends, is genius. Getting their 4th chicken dinner of this tournament.
Everybody had the idea to actually just circumvent everybody. But now they're the ones who's going to be bumping heads. Speaking of bumping heads, though, what is that?
Wow.
Kivgani and Duelo. He knocked out Escalution. Jayers.
Speech day here, but now here actually comes on the fight. How he drops Baugin. They know another is in the container. He pops out the volley, but he's not ready. He's got the nade on the gunfight. He has to be able to find another pick here. Shute Wrong drops him. That's a big pick he finds, and now at least leaves him in a 1v2. So PSTR, they could secure this, but here comes a down, and Predator Shute Wrong, they've been eliminated in the 1v2.
As consistent, Roy, though, looks for the opportunity. Finds one, could get two. He does, and he goes for 3. What a spray down here from Roy. Oh my goodness. Because of how these cars are placed, they can't really run into the building just yet. They waited for the mollies first for the most part, but now they're using their numbers and they clear things up. Archangel right beside them. This is gonna turn very, very bloody. Evil Patrick eats the nade. That's gonna be it for him. CJ and the rest. There's this wall, there's this weird L wall that's keeping them out in the open. The smoke's also separating, not giving much proper value. Evil Patrick gets the info though. Mental is right in front. Non. Oh, my damage.
The fact that Damwon and both Archangel are fighting each other is helping them on out. They can get on this very soon. Archangel down to 3. Damwon down to 2 in the single fight.
They've got it. Damwon Gaming. No, it's still alive. One more player, but that's it. Okay, 2 versus 2. It's time. Comes down. It's time. Explodes. Roy! Oh my god! He got the win! No chance for V3 Fox to pick him back up unless Yuno's feeling a little bit lucky, but no, this time he's in trouble. Very quick on that motorcycle. The shots. Oh, what a shot from Pet Threat. It was right that they wanted to see if it's gonna go northward, but now I think they also decided there's so much fire happening, so many trades happening that they can actually go forward.
Wow.
Just the spoils for the third party. Foxy right beside Yuta, coming in for the huge fans. Loki is making a lot of noise. Flores gets Foxy, Foxy gets Yuta. There's one at the bottom. Loki's gonna have to respond because he's just by himself, but can't really decide where to look, where to shoot.
And he is in a 1v2, a very dangerous spot for him to be in. He has the high ground, yes. If these nades connect, which they won't, they could be big. But Enter Force, they get the wipe! XK going absolutely huge here. Once again, when it comes to these later phases, right, phase 6, phase 5 and onwards, when they play that split of theirs in the late game, it could be absolutely
Oh,
big. But
wow.
SPDB2, they're taking this fight towards GNL. They could wipe him right here, and that they do! Then maybe they can make this one and flip the odds, turn out in their favor, but it's still going to be an uphill battle, an uphill climb. There's a drop from Raze, who takes out Dian. That is huge.
On the right, look at where the angles of where NGE are looking at. They're not even paying attention to this. They want to go full force onto Magic, and this could backfire as Zess has gotten one. They have no more high ground control because Young Bill is knocked out.
Oh, completely blind here. Safe position. Magic have been taken on out, and Venus are looking to close this one on out. On pace for their 5th chicken dinner, and my goodness, aren't they already the winners of this? The crowd towards them. Here comes the bees. They're buzzing on through, but the steam here going to be big. The Saiga, he finds a double. Good, get the 3rd. If he gets the final kill on Kimoni here, that's going to be Rascal Jester wipe. He's very low. He knows he's within this smoke. Yuansong, he could clutch his out, and he gets the triple. New Generation Esports eliminated in this bout. Magic trying to take out the rest of the remaining GNL squad members. 2GE very close to eliminating Enter Force. GNL, they are within a single player away from being wiped. 2Tap holding on for dear life, and that is GNL taken off of the boards.
Evil Patrick is actually even the one that picks up that kill. Damwon has been knocked. Is Archangel Predator looking, tasting the blood? Oh yeah, they are. They're going for the pick. They're going for the kill. And Nan, he's about to open Pandora's box. But he's the one that is going to rain pandemonium, rain destruction, and eliminate Damwon Gaming. This should be a straight-up shooting gallery from up above by Zapalui. Gets one, gets taken down himself. They're not done, they're not done. Ray only has the red dot. Not going to be able to convert properly, although one coming in, Aweki with the hero plays. Aweki, he's missing the shots. Aweki's hitting everything. Oh my god, SGDB2.
He connects on Baccarat. The nade's coming on in. It doesn't connect, but they know where he is. It's going to be difficult right now, and they secure it as well. SGDB2 turning it around with a recovery. Big. Doesn't have much to really fight.
Oh!
He gets a drop, though. That's all he needs to do here. He finds the one, hops on out. The double barrel coming in big when he needs it to, but not exactly the best weapon for multiple targets. If he can isolate them, then sure. What a swing from Wesker.
Pretty early team eliminations.
Whoa.
What a nade from Bayers.
Right on the money. Bullseye he connects it with. They have the upper hand in this fight. It's not one that Macau Severu want to continue to fight, but they got to cut their losses. They lose a single player, but that's better than losing all of their players here. Pat Barrett taken on down. So is KSM's. This is actually Macau Severu answering back with Zapali. Stifles that. It's now a 2v2.
What's going on in his head? What can he do to convert? No! No, he's the shot. There's a car. Is CJ gonna run it down? No, he has another shot. Ray might be able to deal damage here. Can he thirst the kill onto Archangel? Looks like that's gonna be a no. SGDB2 right behind Archangel. Oh, this could be a sandwich not really anticipated by AA. Evil Patrick somehow retaliates. Aweki's right here, but Archangel is in a very tricky spot. This is not what they wanted to happen.
Mental, he's within the smoke. Hades, he's gonna send him back on down. He's looking for where they are, and Havoc, they're cleaning up Damwon. Damwon eliminated here by Havoc, chiming in on the fight, and we have our top 4. With Damwon or Archangel, but those are still difficult odds to make. BNL, they're hurting from those frags, and this is a prime target for them. They've caught them out. The prey has been set. BNL, they're eliminated. All of a sudden, they've been turned around. Havoc, but in this case, SGDB2, they're winning on now. Starlord, he's able to get the trade here for Sylphia to get a bit of revenge. 2v3. SGDB2 still have the man advantage to play with here. IMP has been taken down. Starlord showing him the rest of his world. The galaxy is coming on down here for Enter Force as they've been eliminated.
SGD, they could be the third team to be able to make this happen. Look at the cheeky position from Aweki.
Oh!
And that's it. Chicken dinner picked up by SGDB2.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64 gigabytes of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen AeroBlade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform. where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest MagForce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
Who are you? Who do you want to be? Do you want to win? To stand victorious over your opponents? But victory must be earned, practiced, perfected. At Planet 9, there are others, there to fight alongside you and take your skills to new heights. Through training with coaches, utilizing game stats, and taking part in our thriving active community, you'll attain the skills needed to succeed. Coaches, chosen based on their expertise, will be suggested to help you grow. Or choose our carry format to play alongside other veterans. Pros will guide you. Immediately interact with them in real time. Share gameplay and advance together as a unit. Record your recent matches for coaches to examine and offer their expertise on. All game-related stats are made available to determine how best to grow one's strengths, eliminate one's weaknesses, and improve one's overall standing. All presented in a comprehensive, easily understood format. At Planet 9, all the elements, coaching, game stats, community, and tournaments can be found on a single gaming platform, where gamers can come together and claim victory for their tribe. Do you have what it takes? We think so. See you soon at Planet 9.
The new Predator Helios 500 has arrived and it delivers on every level. Within its neon-hued chassis, the beast stirs with an overclockable 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080, up to 64GB of 3200 DDR4 RAM, and heaps of high-speed NVMe PCIe M.2 storage. But high-end hardware needs the same extreme cooling to support it, which is why we've added our 5th gen Aeroblade 3D fan technology, Vortex Flow optimization, and the CPU cooling Predator Power Gem. All these, in addition to strategically placed intakes, exhausts, and heat pipes, deliver some of the most advanced, powerful cooling in a modern gaming laptop. For the display, you can pick from FHD at 360Hz, QHD at 165, or a special 4K model that blows all others out of the water. This Ultra HD panel from AUO is a mini LED that delivers levels of contrast that blur the line between reality and game through 512 backlight zones, display HDR 1000 certification, and a rapid 120Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond response time. The keyboard also includes a distinct feature, the latest Magforce and racing keys using our unique MagTech switches. These custom-engineered WASD keys work much like a gamepad's analog joystick, so you have minute control over movement, and making it so you no longer need to alternate between a gamepad and keyboard and mouse in some games. Now looking at the RGB, it's everywhere. From the 4 light strips that surround the entire chassis, the logo on the back of the display, all the way to the keyboard itself, which is per key RGB and includes plenty of patterns to choose from. You can also spice things up with some of the unique interactive modes, audio and mimic. With the audio-focused patterns, lighting will react to whatever you're listening to, whether it's a game, movie, you name it. Whereas mimic works much like its name implies. In essence, it reproduces the colors from the lower half of the display via the light bars and keyboard RGB, making it so you can get fully immersed in your game sessions. The new Predator Helios 500 continues to reign supreme, so all that's left is to make it yours. Thank you for watching, and from all of us here at Predator, good game.
We are here at the final stages of Predator League 2022. Sa PUBG Battlegrounds, nakita naman na natin ang placements and ranking. Genius Esports at the very top with 190 points. And Damwon Gaming and AAP, actually, tie lang sila, 125 points. Yun nga lang, placement. Damwon Gaming got a lot actually versus Archangel Predator, and we will be congratulating Archangel Predator for gaining the 3rd place. Syempre, Pinoy pride for this Philippine coverage, 'di ba? Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog, any bit of congratulations to the team?
Ay, sorry nga pala. So, sobrang excited ko mag-congratulate
I was
sa
trying to
Archangel
see the
Predator.
comments,
Nakakalimutan ko na nasa mute nga pala ako. Pero I wanna be the first to congratulate Archangel Predator dito. Being one of the top teams in terms of the kill feed, in terms of the amount of kills that were lighted up all throughout the day, all 3 days of our finals. I mean, you just can't tell if you are gonna win a duel between you and Archangel Predator because they just win out every single time that you face them up. Basta maganda yung odds sila, then they will take it on for a mile. So, Archangel Predator, on the bottom of my heart, I just really want to shine all of my Pinoy pride on you. Thank you so much for representing us as a region dito sa Japan. And I'm very, very sure na deserving kayo ngayon sa inyong top 3 position, if not the top 2 position, kung nakuha niyo sana yung placement points. Pero okay lang yan. We're still very much proud of you.
Yeah, and Sneaky Frog, I know that you've watched this team basically their journey for PUBG. But any closing remarks basically, or thanks to the team for representing our country very well?
Yeah, I mean, big thanks to the Archangel boys for really carrying the flag over at Japan. Ganun talaga, nakakaramdam ako ng pride kahit papano dito sa ating team. And of course, I wish for them to not change at all na yung kanilang playstyle. I just want to see them keep going because it seems like they almost got it there, but they just need to play it just a bit better, no? And I think we are gonna see that soon galing dito sa Archangel. And we are definitely gonna see more of this team, especially pagdating ng Predator League 2023. And of course, you gotta be wearing the jacket with the best design on it, representing PH right now. Shout out to Predman. Grabe talaga. What a great event.
Yun nga, syempre we're looking forward to what will happen in 2023, but at least we're finally closing the year with a bang, with actually even the Dota 2 stream having a Filipino team at the very top, Polaris Esports. A big congratulations to you guys. And closing in third would be Archangel Predator for PUBG Battleground. Syempre, this Filipino coverage is brought to you by Predator Gaming. It lies within Intel. Take your gaming to a higher level with 13th generation Intel Core. Planet 9, level up your casual games with Planet 9, giving you a next generation esports platform. Saka syempre, for all of you Predator fans out there, if you buy the Helios 300, you can get a chance to win 3 months worth of a Game Pass for your PC. Syempre, yung Game Pass na yan, you can access a vast library of popular games conveniently and affordably. And I think all of us have already bid adieu. We've bid our thanks to the PUBG Philippine team already for placing third. And dito na magtatapos ang aming Filipino broadcast. Pero syempre, hindi naman doon lang yun. Kami lang ang magpapaalam, pero may awarding ceremony pa tayo. May chance pa yung top 3 teams natin na mag-angat ng kanilang mga Predator Shield in just a bit. But syempre, kami mga Pinoy na nandito sa bahay at wala sa Japan ay magpapaalam na. My name is Donut and with me are your casters, Dad Femina and Sneaky Frog. See you in the next Predator League 2023.
We are pleased to announce the closing ceremony of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, a 3-day event held here in Tokyo, Japan. The top 3 teams in Dota 2 and PUBG will enter now. Please welcome the Dota 2 winners, Polaris Esports, 2nd place Execration, and 3rd place Grand Sky Esports into the stage.
Next is the winner, Genius Esports, 2nd place, Dam1 Gaming, and 3rd place, Archangel Predator.
For Dota 2 in 3rd place, please come up to the stage. Congratulations, Grind Sky Esports, for your 3rd place finish here at the Asia Predator League. Finishing in 3rd place, a bit of an underdog story, Lacoste. What do you make of this team?
Absolutely, no one expected them to be here, but against all odds, they make it. They're here taking the 3rd place. Absolutely amazing performance, a team that has a bright future together.
Yeah, they kind of came out of nowhere, caught a lot of people by surprise, and they're going to be very happy with the performance they did. Here they are, receiving their check for $15,000 with their 3rd place finish.
Next up, of course, in 3rd place for PUBG, we have Archangel Predator. Congratulations, guys. Please come up to the stage. I gotta say, dude, I mean, we were casting this, not really expecting Archangel to reach this top of a position, especially that they didn't get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, they really soared high in this tournament, and they played absolutely perfect, and just the consistency is a testament to their skill. May Archangel continue on.
A well-deserved win.
And for Dota 2, in 2nd place, we have Team Execration. Congratulations. Representing the Philippines, Execration came so close to taking the title, but they've got a lot to be proud of, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. A proud team from the proud country and pushing it to Game 3 in the Grand Finals.
Next up, of course, for PUBG in 2nd place, we have Dam1 Gaming. Congratulations. Please come up to the stage. Gotta say, against all odds, they were having such a great start. Midway it became incredibly rocky, but still somehow they were able to bounce back.
Oh yeah, totally. They set the tone of this tournament from the get-go, from day number 1. They played super spectacular, and it came down to close margins, Asarai, but they were able to make it happen and secure the silver.
Again, another deserved win.
And finally, for Dota 2, in 1st place, big congratulations, Polaris Esports. Dropping just 1 game on the way to their Grand Finals victory. What a showing from this team, McCall.
Absolutely dominant performance in the grand finals, only losing one game, as you mentioned.
And of course, last but definitely not least, the first place in PUBG, your champions, Genius Esports!
Just a huge surprise, the best, most dominating thing we have seen from them.
Yeah, way above the rest. What is it, like 70 points above Damwon Gaming? An absolutely dominant performance from Genius.
Genius just really showing that sometimes you can really subvert expectations. This is one of the most dominant runs I've ever seen in any tournament for PUBG.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Again, it was a very good surprise because we were talking about how it was a different or difficult thing for the Vietnamese region to really pop off, especially in the international scene, and somehow it's Genius that surpassed every single expectation that we were expecting from anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at coming into this tournament, right, studying on up, you're wondering how will their playstyle stand up to the rest of the competition internationally, and by goodness, they passed with flying colors. 5 chicken dinners, winning a third of every single match we played here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when you go back to how the interview went and what their answer was, their only real goal was to get top place and to look further into other international tournaments, which is, I think, a big credit to just how confident they were able to perform in this particular event of ours.
Yeah, they're shooting for the stars. Hopefully they end up at the very least at the move, because they have just been so universally loved, at least in case in the aspect of how they were playing, just really dominant. At first, you know, showing what their prowess was on Miramar, but they rounded out their game on Erangel to show that they got the best of both coins.
Whoa, okay, I got something for you guys. So next up, we have the Intel MVP Award. So for PUBG, let's give it for Attack All Around's Escalucia. Please come to the stage again. Sorry. Attack All Around's Escalucia. Come here, man. You got something. We got a prize for you, dude. Apologies for that. Yeah, you win a prize.
Very well deserved.
Yes, we're going to be presenting to you the Intel MVP Award. And of course, with that, a nice little prize of a Predator Helios 300. Look at the surprise on Escalucia's face. Did not expect to be called out here at the stage.
I mean, it's a pleasant surprise. I do very well deserved once more. Absolutely phenomenal throughout the tournament.
Again, thank you so much, Escalucia, and congrats. All right, of course, that's only PUBG. We still have our Dota 2 Intel MVP Award. I'll call him onto the stage from Yangon Galacticos, Ati. Yes, please, come up to the stage.
it was an extra surprise. So you can see the surprise on their face.
Yeah. And again, he's going to be winning similar or same with Escalucia, a Predator Helios 300. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again to Escalucia and Atsi for being our Intel MVP awardees. Again, congratulations. And now, here's a quick little announcement from Miss Sue.
Hello. So this year's Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 Grand Finals was actually held here in Tokyo, Japan.
But the next edition, happening in 2024, will be in our country, Manila, Philippines. For more information, do check out the website.
So exciting to have everyone come fly to the Philippines, right,
I know,
Alodia?
that would be a dream come true to see
Exactly.
everyone converge. And we'll be preparing a lot for it. So yeah, super looking forward to it.
Yes, we'll make more announcements soon, so do watch out for that.
One more time, please. We'd love to see the two championship teams from Dota 2 and PUBG. Please step forward once more. Polaris Esports and Genius Esports. Congratulations. Come back onto the stage. The winners here, your champions of the Predator League 2022 is Polaris Esports and Genius Esports. Congratulations. Thank you very much for watching. Once again, a big round of applause for the teams that competed in Predator League 2022 in Japan. As said, the next Predator League will take place in the Philippines. We will see you soon.